The homecoming for Jimmy Rollins will end today with the shortstop not in the starting lineup, so Ryan Sandberg will rely on the rest of the guys in hopes of getting game number 3 of this series. It's the Phillies and the Oakland A's. And today's game will be the final game for the Phils in interleague play this year, and despite winning 6 of their last 10, there you see the numbers, 7-12 on the season, so another season under 500 against the American League. Hi, everyone, and welcome to Phillies Baseball alongside Jamie Moyer. I'm Greg Murphy, and Jamie, I mentioned no Jimmy Rollins in the starting lineup again today, battling that hamstring injury, but the guy that has replaced him has really had himself a terrific road trip.
Yeah, Freddie Galvis has really done a lot of great things, and it started really at home where he started playing very good defense, and he's continued to do that throughout this road trip, but has added a little spark that I think has surprised a lot of people, opened some eyes. A 2-run home run in San Diego. A big single here with the bases loaded to drive in Dominic Brown. And then here yesterday, a big 2-run home run to give the Phillies a 3-0 lead. And it really was the icing on the cake for the Phillies yesterday. And now you see what he's done here on this road trip. 6 RBIs, a slugging average of 700. And really done a lot of good things, a lot of special things with the bat and his offense.
Well, the Phillies will look to keep it going today and add some offense. Their runs have been hard to come by on this road trip, but they'll have to do it against a tough customer today in Scott Kazmir, former #1 pick who has pitched very well for the A's.
Yeah, Scott Kazmir comes in here with a very good season going here for the A's. And, you know, he's been the type of pitcher that the A's expected him to be. He's a 5-pitch pitcher. He's very aggressive with his fastball, not having the best fastball that he used to have, but uses his slider very effectively, his changeup. He also throws a cut fastball and a curveball. But having those 5 pitches in his repertoire, I think, is really going to bode maybe for some problems today for the Phillies, especially if he's sharp. But Bob Melvin is looking for Scott Kazmir to step up big today, especially with the way they've been struggling. And you see he's struggled here a little bit as of late. He has 7.80 ERA in August, and in September he's 0-2. So, again, I think Bob Melvin looking to get back on the winning side here and take this series from the Phillies and try to get the A's back on track.
Well, Kazmir has been struggling a little bit, but so has the entire Oakland A's team. A big game for them. They'll have to do it against A.J. Burnett. He takes the ball for the Phils, 8-17 on the season with an ERA of 4.40. Starting lineups and first pitch when we come back. Phillies baseball is brought to you by Xfinity, your home for the most live sports. By Toyota. Where will Toyota take you? Visit buyatoyota.com today to find out. Toyota, let's go places. By Citizens Bank. Introducing one deposit checking. Keeping things simple is helping you bank better. And by Independence Blue Cross, the most preferred health plan in the region. Independence Blue Cross. Live fearless. PHI Coliseum in Oakland, California. Cloudy skies here today as Ryne Sandberg and his squad looking to take the rubber match of this 3-game series before they head out to Miami. Today's Phillies starting lineup is brought to you by Xfinity, your home for the most live sports. Ben Revere will lead off, play center field. Carlos Ruiz doing the catching, he'll bat second. Second base, Chase Utley will bat third. The DH today is Ryan Howard, he'll bat fourth. Batting fifth and playing right field is Marlon Byrd. Grady Sizemore will play left field and bat sixth, followed by Darren Ruff at first base, he'll bat seventh. Cody Ashe holds down the third base bag, he'll bat eighth. And Freddie Galvis playing shortstop, he'll bat ninth, and they will face that gentleman right there, Scott Kazmir, 14-9 on the season. His 31st start of the year, Jamie. Started off terrific for the Oakland A's. Has hit a couple of bumps in the road of late, but this guy is a pretty darn good competitor.
He's been throwing the ball very well for Oakland this year, and as you said, Murph, struggling a little bit in August and September. But he's a competitor. You look at 156 hits in 178 innings. Yeah. It's impressive. His opponent's average against is very good. 5-pitch pitcher, fastball 91, curveball 76, cutter at 86, slider at 82, changeup at 77. He's a 1-1 career against the Phillies with a 5.40 ERA.
Ben Revere will be the first to face him. First pitch from Kazmir is over for a strike. 0-1 to Ben Revere. 308 on the season. 2 home runs, 26 RBIs for Ben Revere. Today's Lucky McDonald's Phillies home run jackpot contestant is Edward Campbell from Magnolia, New Jersey. If the Phillies hit a home run in this game, Edward will win $100. Here it goes down swinging, and first down is recorded here in the ball game for strikeout for Kazmir.
Well, 3-pitch strikeout. It was quite impressive right there. Fastball, slider. That last slider was down and away. Very good slider by Kazmir right there. And again, I think that it's one of the pitches that he really uses a lot to get his outs.
Carlos Ruiz will step in, batting the 2-hole today. First pitch to Ruiz is low for a ball. It's 1-0. Kazmir works quickly. Has a sign, big swing and a miss.
And Scott Kazmir, former #1 pick of the New York Mets in 2002. Big arm for them. Ended up trading him to Tampa, where he was a big winner for the Rays, and then has since moved on. He kind of fell out of favor there and moved on. Actually, his resurgence started in Cleveland a couple years ago, and now has ended up here in Oakland.
Pitch sails outside, so the count is even at 2-2 down to Carlos Ruiz.
Used to throw about 94, 95 miles an hour as well.
And Ruiz pops that one up in the infield. Second baseman Sogard is underneath it. He'll make the catch. And that's the second out of the inning. Well, with 2 outs here in the top of the first, time for our Nissan keys to the game. Jamie, what do you got for us?
Okay, my first Nissan key to the game is win a Sunday game on the road.
Yes.
The Phillies haven't done that since April. And against the D-backs. And AJ to hand the lead to a rested bullpen.
Well, it has been a long time since they have won a road game on Sunday. So it would be nice to see on this final road game of the season in 2014 for the Phils to get the victory. First pitch to Chase Utley was outside for a ball. It's 1-0. Swinging, fly ball to center field. Chris breaks in on it, and it's going to fall for a hit. So Chase Utley is aboard with a base hit. A lot of outfield to cover, and Chris was playing deep in center field, so that one will fall in front of him. And it's the first hit of the afternoon for the Phillies.
Batting in the 4th position, designated hitter, number 6, Ryan Howard.
So that'll bring up Ryan Howard. He's been the designated hitter in all 3 of the games here in Oakland. 221 on the season. 22 home runs, 93 RBIs, just 1 in 14 on the road trip. That one was the home run here that he hit in game number 1. Swing and a miss to Ryan Howard.
Starts Ryan off with the first pitch slider. Again, he's quite aggressive with even his off-speed pitches, and I think he And when I say he, Kazmir really believes that he needs to come out and set a tone. And I think we saw that with John Lester the other day. We saw that with Jerome Williams yesterday. Especially here as of late, the A's are trying to get themselves back on track, and Bob Melvin would love to right the ship.
That one's in the dirt. Nice block by Giovanni Soto doing the catching today for the A's. Takes out, it has to go back to first. Now, we told Jay yesterday the Phils got the win yesterday, but how about this? Jerome Williams went 7 innings, allowed 4 hits, no earned runs, and became the first player in baseball history to record 3 wins against the same team while pitching for 3 different teams. And he did that with Houston, he did it with Texas, and now he's done it with Philadelphia, beating the Oakland A's in one season. It's never happened before in all of Major League Baseball. So a tip of the cap to Jerome Williams. He'll go down in the history books. That's pretty cool. Utley has his lead off first. Here's the 2-1 pitch. Swung on. Grounded foul off the glove of Vogt. So that'll even the count at 2-2. Utley will have to retreat to first.
He also did it in both leagues.
Yeah, it's kind of remarkable.
It is.
To have the opportunity, first of all, to play on 3 different teams in one season.
In the big leagues.
In the big leagues. And then to face the same team 3 different times. And then to win.
With 3 different teams.
With 3 different teams. It's kind of cool. It's fouled back as well. So Ryan Howard battling against Kazmir. 2 outs in the top of the first. Another throw over to first base, and Utley is back. Chase not taking a very big lead, but Kazmir keeping his eye on him nonetheless. Another throw over. Utley has 8 stolen bases on the year. He's only been caught once. A huge threat to run.
Not a particularly big lead either.
Here's the 2-2 pitch. That one's fouled as well. He had Utley diving back on that one.
Chase deked him like he was going to go to second and then came back. So I think they're just starting now. Chase is starting to play a little game with him. Trying to create a distraction, I believe.
I think he's done that at this point. Ryan Howard digs in. Here's the 2-2 pitch. High and inside for a ball, so the count is full to Ryan Howard. Marlon Byrd will wait on deck. There's the right-hander.
Nice to see the Phillies jump out to an early lead right here.
That would be nice. 3-2 pitch. It's inside for a ball, so he walked him. Chase was on the move, but he'll the walk will allow Ryan Howard to go down to first. The Phils are walking, and Independence Blue Cross wants to remind you to get active and get walking too. Independence Blue Cross lives fearless.
Right fielder, number 3.
Healthy walk indeed for Ryan Howard as the Phils, for the 3rd straight game here in Oakland, have 2 men on in the top of the first inning. They have yet to be able to break through and score in the top of the first, but Marlon Byrd will step in, hoping to change that. 263 on the year. 25 home runs and 80 RBIs for Marlon Byrd, but it's been a while since Marlon's hit one. First pitch to Byrd is fouled off to the right side, so it's 0-1 to Marlon Byrd. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Swung on, line drive down the left field line. Fair ball, and that's going to score a run. Utley rounds third. He'll score easily. Ryan Howard will coast into third. He'll stop there, and it's a RBI double in the top of the first for Marlon Byrd. Nice piece of hitting. Landed fair by about 2.5 feet down that left field line, and Chase Utley able to score easily on that one, and so Phils do break through at the top of the first.
Left fielder, number 24.
Double by Marlon Byrd.
You see a nice swing right there by Marlon Byrd, letting the ball get to him, pulling it down the left field line for a double. Chase scores easily, and Ryan moves to third. He gets second and third. 2 outs here. Grady Sizemore at the plate.
Sizemore starting in his 35th game for the Phillies, getting the start in left field. It's over for a called strike. Been a tough road trip for Sizemore. His limited playing time. He's 0 for 9 in San Diego and Oakland. He's got a chance here in the top of the first. It's outside for a ball. It's 1-1. Sizemore 263 on the season. 3 home runs, 12 RBIs with the Phils. You see Kazmir's had his it's pretty good numbers, I guess, in the first inning, but Phil's able to get to him here, and that one's lofted in the left field, but Moss was playing shallow and will make the catch. That's the third out of the inning. So the Phils leave 2 on the base paths, but they're able to get 1 here in the top of the first. The RBI double by Marlon Byrd gives A.J. Burnett a 1-run lead as we head to the bottom of the first. Today's starting lineup for the A's is brought to you by Xfinity, your home for the most live sports. Coco Crisp gets the start in center field. He'll bat first. Stephen Vogt, first baseman, will bat second, followed by Donaldson and Dunn, the DH. Brandon Moss is out there in left field. He'll bat fifth. Jed Lowry playing shortstop, batting sixth. The right fielder is Josh Reddick, batting seventh. Doing the catching today and batting eighth is Giovanni Soto. And batting ninth and playing second base is Eric Sogard. And A.J. Burnett will be on the mound for the Phillies. His 33rd start of the season for the Phils. Just 8-17. And here you see 87 walks. It's been one of the big issues for A.J. Burnett all season. 180 strikeouts. He's getting his strikeouts, but way too many base runners for A.J. Burnett this season.
Yeah, that's over 270 base runners there. That's the walks are what have really hurt him this season. You know, he's a 3-pitch pitcher, fastball, curveball, changeup. Mostly relies on his curveball. The hitters are hitting 192 against his curveball, 295 versus his fastball, and he uses his changeup very sparingly.
Coco Crisp will be the first to face him.
5-4 record with a 3.82 career against the A's.
That pitch is a little high for a ball. It's 2-0 to Coco Crisp. Batting from the left side is Crisp, the switch hitter. Better from the left side, 266 on the season. 5 of his 9 home runs from the left side as well. It's outside for a ball, so it's quickly 3-0 to the leadoff hitter, Crisp, with Stephen Vogt waiting on deck. Crisp taking all the way. It's over for a strike. It's 3-1. Pitch inside for a ball, so he walks him. First batter of the game for A.J. Burnett, and he loses him. Reminder, today's game is also available in Spanish. Just use the SAP button on your television or change the language through the menu on your cable box.
Looks like a pretty close pitch right there. Too close to take.
Well, that'll bring up Stephen Vogt. His average has dropped under 300 on this against the Phils for the first time this season. Plus 300 hitter actually since the first week of the season this year. He's been struggling this past week, and I see his average dip underneath that 300 mark. Good throw over by Burnett. Crisp gets back. 19 stolen bases for Crisp, caught 4 times. Side and low to Vogt. It's 2-0. Stephen Vogt. Second straight batter to start the game, a 3-0 count. Burnett having a little bit of trouble finding the strike zone early.
Haven't seen a curveball yet.
There's the 3-0 pitch. Taking all the way is Vogt. That's over for a strike, so it's 3-1. See one right here.
Doubt it.
Yeah. 3-1 pitch. Over for a strike, so it's 3-2. Ruiz gives A.J. Burnett the sign from the stretch. Here's the 3-2 pitch. Crisp is running, and it's a fly ball to center field. Ben Revere goes back a couple steps, makes the catch, and Crisp will have to return to first. So that's the first out of the inning. So Burnett able to battle back from that 3-0 count and retire Vogt. That'll bring up Josh Donaldson, the third baseman. It's been a tough September for Donaldson. Batting just 200 in the month of September. That coming off a month of August where he was over 313. He was 313. So for his last 9. Right-hander takes that first pitch over for a called strike. Donaldson has grounded into 16 double plays this season so far. So good guy to have up there with that guy on first. A.J. Burnett get him perhaps the roll over on one. One's in the dirt. Stop by Carlos Ruiz.
Here's a curveball in the dirt. Carlos probably doesn't have enough time to get his body in front of it. Gets his glove down there and is able to somehow get somewhat part of his body in front of it and knock it down to keep it in front of him.
1-1 pitch, line drive into right field. That's going to fall in for a hit. Marlon Byrd gets to it quickly, but Crisp is around second. He'll go up to third. So runners on the corners. for the A's here in the bottom of the first inning. Line drive base hit for Donaldson, his first against the Phillies in this series. And it comes at a pretty good time. So Adam Dunn will step to the plate, the designated hitter for the A's. Lifetime 5 for 19 off of A.J. Burnett. Couple of doubles, no home runs off of Burnett. He's got a chance to even this one up with one out here in the bottom of the first. Runners on the corners. First pitch inside for a ball. It's 1-0.
Adam Dunn has to know he's going to get pitched inside. I'm sure every club pitches him inside, and it's a well-known fact. He's got a hole at his belt. We saw Buchanan try to get in there and ended up getting behind him and walked in his first at bat when he faced Buchanan. There's a nice changeup right there.
Even the count at 1-1. Look at that. Our Mazda leaders. It's pretty impressive. For as long as he's played in the league and as good as he has been, he's never played in the postseason. Adam Dunn. Got a chance this year as he delivers that one into shallow center field. That's going to tie up the game. Going to third on that is Donaldson. So some nice base running by Josh Donaldson, and runners on the corners again. We're all knotted up at 1. See an example of just how strong Adam Dunn is. He fights that one off and able to drop it into shallow center field for the base hit.
Well, here we see a breaking ball here that stays up in the zone, and for some reason it looked like he got the barrel on it, but it didn't hit it real hard.
Yeah.
But he did fight it out over the infield to drive in Coco Crisp and allow Josh Donaldson to get to third base.
Yeah, on second look, that I thought he kind of got jammed a little bit, but it wasn't the case. Whatever the case is, he got the job done for his squad. Gets the RBI. Now runners on the corners, still with one out, and Brandon Moss is at the plate. It's inside to Moss for a ball. It's 1-0.
Well, we see where that leadoff walk comes back to haunt. We talked a lot about it early in the season, and with the amount of walks that AJ has given up this year, it's probably hurt him the most.
A little bit inside and low for a ball. It's 2-0. Carlos, I think, is having a conversation. The
yes,
home plate umpire,
is.
Jerry Mills, right now. He's nodding his head. You see the umpires. Bob Davidson over there first. Chris Conroy at second. Jordan Baker out at third.
AJ's throwing 3 or 4 balls in there that could have gone his way, and none of which have gone his way.
The count is 2-0 to Brandon Moss. It's inside for a ball. It's 3-0.
And Carlos is probably saying, look, he needs that pitch. He needs that pitch to survive. And if you're not going to call it, it's just going to make for a long day for him.
And he's not real happy right now as A.J. Burnett, home plate umpire. Gets a sign from Ruiz. Here's the 3-0 pitch on the outside corner. For a strike, it's 3-1.
So here's the third 3-1 count we've had in the first inning for AJ.
That one's over for a strike, so it's 3-2. Dunn's over at first. He's single. Donaldson is over at third. Also single. 2 hits and a walk in the bottom of the first inning, and a run across for the A's. There's the 3-2 pitch. Swung on and line drive into left field. Grady Sizemore on the run. Stretches out, hits his off his glove. He can't make the catch. 1 run will score. Dunn's going to stop at third, and that'll be a double for Brandon Moss. It almost looked like Grady Sizemore overdosed on that one, and got caught up in the heel of his glove and he wasn't able to bring it in. We'll see how they score that. I think it'll probably be a double.
You're right, Murph. It looked like he went, the ball hung up there and he went to dive and it's almost like it came back to him.
Yeah. Kind of short arm. Take a look. Yeah, it hit his glove. Grady will tell you he should have caught that, I'm sure. But it would have been a nice play. But when it hits your glove like that, I think you're going to tell yourself, I should have grabbed it. I haven't seen the official scoring decision yet. So conversation going on right now. And Jerry Meals goes out to break it up. I'm sure Bob McClure had a word or two for Meals. It did score that a hit, so. Runners at second and third now with one out. In the bottom of the first, Jed Lowry will step in. First pitch to Lowry is over for a strike. It's 0-1. Shortstop batting .245 of the season. 6 home runs, 46 RBIs. Better from the left side. .255. 5 of his 6 home runs from the left side. The infield is in. Trying to cut off another run here in the bottom of the first. And that one hit him. Right off the foot of Lowry. And he'll get his base after he walks that one off. So the bases are loaded now. It has been a struggle early on for A.J. Burnett.
There's a curveball that catches him right on the back. Looks like the top of the back foot. Not a whole lot of protection there.
That is the 15th batter that A.J. Burnett has hit this season.
Number 16.
And it'll load the bases for Josh Reddick. 249. Reddick on the season with 11 home runs. Never had a hit off of A.J. Burnett. He's 0 for 8 lifetime versus Burnett. He's been swinging a hot bat on this homestand. 4 for 7. Still just one out. Bases loaded with A's. First pitch to Reddick is lofted out in the left field. It's a long run for Grady Sizemore. It's going to slice foul. Out of play. So everyone will head back. And we'll do it again. Not as much foul territory down there in the left field corner as there is everywhere else in this ballpark. Both of the corners kind of jut in and lose that extra foul territory, which has really been a big part of this series. A lot of foul pop-ups for both teams throughout this series. That pitch is fly ball to left field. That one Grady Sizemore camps under and makes the catch. The runner's tagging from third. Here comes the throw, and it's cut off, and the throw back to second is not in time either. Grady Sizemore does not have a great arm, so cut that ball off and try to get the out of second base, but another run scores. Makes it 3-1. Oakland, bottom of the first. Reddick is the second out of the inning, and that'll bring up the catcher, Giovanni Soto. Soto seeing his first action of this series. He's the 8th batter to come to the plate here in the bottom of the first. Runners on first and second, 2 outs.
A.J. starting Soto off with a curveball. Notoriously a first ball fastball hitter. Soto is. That
has his sign. The 1-0 pitch. Going outside for a ball. It's 2-0.
It's a curveball. It's got some bite to it, but not able to throw it over the plate. Here you see the pitch ratio.
Yeah.
Got 15 balls and 14 strikes. 29 total pitches for the inning.
Here's pitch 30, and swung on and fouled past the third base bag. Well, you did mention that one of the keys of the game, that the bullpen has kind of had a whole lot of work over the past couple of days, which is a good thing. So some extra arms down there as well. You see the Phillies bullpen. So if they need it, if Ryan Sandberg needs it, he's got some guys down there heat up some innings for him. Burnett will continue to battle. You can bet that. That one is fouled out of play. It's 2-2 now.
Ryan's got a wide array of arms to choose from down there. But it looks, if things keep going the way they are, we might be using them here soon.
There are the fellas. Kenny Giles right there got his first career save yesterday here in Oakland. Ground ball third base. Kodiashi has it. He'll go the long way across the diamond. Ruff picks up the low throw, and that is the third out of the inning, but not before the Oakland A's were able to put 3 on the board. So as we head to the top of the second, Scott Kazmir has a 3-1 lead. Redskins game, which just went final, by the way, Jamie. Eagles win that one 37-34. All kinds of things to talk about in that game. Plus, they'll preview the Phillies' upcoming series with the Marlins. You can watch Philly Sports Talk presented by Comcast Business on Comcast Sportsnet tomorrow at 5 o'clock. Top of the second here, Darren Ruff is the batter for the Phils. Phils trailing by 2. First pitch to Ruff is a little bit high for a ball, so it's 1-0. Ruff swinging, pops that one up into foul territory. Vogt drifting back, and he'll make the catch. Mentioned it a couple of minutes ago that pop foul outs have been prevalent. That's our first one of today. During the 2014 season, Turkey Hill, the official ice cream of the Phillies, will contribute $100 for each Phillies victory, 5 cents for each carton of Phillies Grand Slam ice cream sold to support the Phillies youth baseball and softball programs. So 2 pitches here in the top of the second inning. 1 out. That'll bring up Kodiashi, 249, 10 home runs and 45 RBIs. Starting in his 101st game of the season. He only played in 44 last year, his first year in the big leagues, so more than doubled that. He swings and hits that one back up the middle. Gonna be a tough play for Sogard. Picks it, turns and fires, and it's off of Vogt's glove. So Cody Ashley's safe down at first base. That was going to be a tough play anyway. Call that a base hit. So a single for Cody Ashley. That'll bring up Freddie Galvis, who was the offensive hero in yesterday's game as he deposits that 2-run home run over the wall, and that got the Phils going. They added one more and able to win that game yesterday. And Freddie is the subject of our Geico quote of the day. This is about his home run yesterday. And we'll give it to you right after this pitch. Ashley takes his lead off first. Pitch is over for a strike. Here's what Freddie had to say. As soon as I hit it, I knew it was a gapper. I tried to run fast, and I saw it was gone. And you're always happy when you put your team in that position. Hey, we talked about it, Jamie, at the beginning of the ball game. He's been their best player on this road trip by getting a chance to play every day with Jimmy out. We know what he does defensively. You almost take it for granted, but certainly nice when he's swinging the bat well.
Yeah, and he's added a different part, added something to his game on the offensive side, and it's been really nice to see. And he's getting a chance to get consistent at bats, and he's showing the Phillies what abilities he has, and I think that's really, really important. And it's not only important for Freddie, it's important for, as you see there, a fastball up and away, he swings through, but it's important for all these guys that are getting an opportunity to play that they've never had before.
Still not hitting for average. You know, he started off so slow this season that the batting average is not going to correct itself at this point of the year because he had struggled mightily when we first started off back in April. But, you know, give himself a little bit of confidence as he heads into next season. Give Ruben Amaro Jr. and his staff a little bit to think about as they head into next season as well. So good to see by Freddie Galvis. He is the victim of a strikeout there. 2 outs. That'll bring back the top of the order, Ben Revere. Chased back by Casimir. Revere struck out in his first at bat. Outside for a ball. It's 1-0 to Ben Revere. Fouls that one back. Evens the count at 1-1. Quiet crowd here in Oakland this afternoon. Game time temperature of 65 degrees. Cloudy skies as that one is grounded to second base. The flip over to the shortstop, Lowry, and that's the final out of the inning. So Phil's get a base hit from Cody Ashley, but nothing else. And we head to the bottom of the second. The A's up by 2. For the last weekend of the season, Friday, September 26th, Saturday, September 27th at 7:05 is Goya Latino Family Celebration, and Sunday, September 28th at 1:35, Fan Appreciation Day. You want to be there for that, so order tickets now at Phillies.com. Phillies fans out here in Oakland, as we've seen all 3 games of this series, commingling with the Athletic fans. That'll bring up Eric Sogard, the only batter that didn't come to the plate in the first inning. It'll be Sogard and then the top of the order, and that first pitch to Sogard is over for a strike. Swing and miss. It's 0-2 now to Eric Sogard, who's had a very good second half of the season for the A's. Batted .265 in the second half. That was after batting .186 in the first half of the season before the All-Star break. That was over for a called third strike.
All of a sudden, in 3 pitches, AJ's found it.
Well, that's a good sign.
See if he can maintain it. You know, all 3 pitches were quality pitches. Right here is that sinker off his hip. Runs back over the plate. I'm not sure what he was looking at. I'm sure he knows he has that pitch, but the previous pitch was a very good curveball. You know, and this has kind of been AJ's MO as of recent. You know, struggle a little bit in the first inning and hopefully get out of it and then kind of gain some steam from there.
He's going to have his team score a couple runs for him as he gets Chris to fly out to left field. Grady Sizemore makes the catch. And that's the second out of the inning. So after a lot of pitches in that first inning, just 4 so far with 2 outs here in the second. It's a good sign. That'll bring up Stephen Vogt. He flew out to left field in his first at bat. Vogt now 0 for 7 on this homestand. Here maybe in the background out the fans out there in right field, the chant that they do when Vogt comes up to the plate. I believe in Stephen Vogt. Trying to get the crowd into it a little bit. Here's the 0-1 pitch, and that's on the outside corner for a strike. So 0-2 to Vogt.
X getting involved too.
Dennis Eckersley apparently believes in Stephen Vogt as well. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Swung on, ground ball. Chase Utley gobbles it up. And over to first. So a 1-2-3 inning for A.J. Burnett, which is exactly what he needed. And we'll head to the top of the third with the Phils trailing by 2. for all the information, and please submit your answer on the subject line. Jamie, the question today: Which South Jersey native won the AL Rookie of the Year for the A's in 2009? We'll have that answer coming up later in the game. Carlos Ruiz will be the first batter here in the top of the third inning. 3 hits apiece, 3 runs across for the A's, just 1 for the Phils. Ruiz popped up to the third baseman in his first at bat. An idea for that one, Jamie?
I might.
South Jersey.
I'm up on my South Jersey current events.
I know you are. Here's the 1-1 pitch to Ruiz. Ground ball, shortstop. Lowry has it. Over to first. That's the first out of the inning. Time for your Toyota out-of-town scoreboard. Mets and the Braves. And that one's a final. The Mets all over the Atlanta Braves today. Officially eliminated from the playoffs today are those Atlanta Braves. And the Mets are doing the honors with a sweep over the Braves. They just collapsed. I mean, they were in the thick of things all season long, and it came down to crunch time. They couldn't really find a win when they needed it. So Braves are out.
Yeah, they really struggled, and you know, I think it was a combination of a lot of things. It wasn't just one thing. You know, their offense, I don't think, really played up to the standards that they expected.
Their offense was, we saw that line drive by Chase Utley into right field. That's a base hit. It's Utley's second hit of the game. Stopped there at first base. So 1 aboard for the Phils with 1 out in the top of the third. But you're right. You know, when we saw the Braves a couple of weeks ago, their offense really was in the midst of some serious struggles. It continued through the Phillies series and never really got back on track. But the good pitching they were getting early in the season kind of faded away as well, and
weren't able to get to the back of that bullpen where they're usually pretty stellar.
Right, exactly right. So that one swung on by Ryan Howard. Line drive into center field, and Crisp coming in, and it gets past him. Unable to catch it, so Utley's going to make his way over to third, and he'll be held at third and head back. And that was a smart move by Pete McCann. But Crisp looked like maybe he had a beat on it, and then just at the last minute it kind of snuck under his glove. So that'll be a double for Ryan Howard. Runners at second and third right now for the Phillies.
Now batting.
Yeah, I don't know that Coco Crisp got a great jump on this ball. He had to come slightly to his left. I think he may have misread it a little bit. You get sun's not out here today. You got a cloudy sky. Maybe he didn't pick that ball up immediately, but he fell a little short of it and got by him. Luckily for the Phillies, Chase moves to third. Ryan gets a double out of it.
Yeah, Josh Reddick did a nice job backing him up to keep Chase from being able to advance all the way to home. But nonetheless, 1 out now with 2 guys on. That'll bring up Marlon Byrd. Byrd doubled in his first at bat, knocked in the Phillies' only run. First pitch to Byrd is dribbled foul past the third base bag. His double in the first inning was a line shot down the left field line. 2-hopper to the wall that scored Utley. Here's the 0-1 pitch. It was inside, but peeled the swing. And he said, yep, he went around. So it's 0-2 now to Marlon Byrd.
And there you see a good slider that had a lot of bite to it out of his hand. I got to believe Marlon thought that was a fastball, and he reacted to fastball, and it slid late, and he couldn't hold up the swing.
Kazmir's ahead of Byrd 0-2. Runners at second and third. One out. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Swung on, line drive into left center field. That's going to fall for a base hit. One run will score. That's going to go all the way back to the wall. Howard will score easily, and it's another double for Marlon Byrd, his third RBI of the game. And the Phils tie it up. It's 3-3. He found the gap in this huge outfield that skipped between both the center fielder and left fielder, Moss and Crisp, and went all the way back to the wall. We talked about it, Jamie, in game one. The outfield is where the bleachers are for football, and it's very hard out there, and if you can get into the gap, it's going to run. And
yeah, if you can get the ball firmly hit to the outfield here, once you get it past medium range in the outfield, the ball's really going to take off, because a week ago they had a football game here. They had bleachers out there. It really compacted the earth, and actually you can see the dirt kind of coming up through the grass. So, and it is a big outfield.
Sure.
But Marlon did hit that ball hard. You know, go back to that pitch. It went strike one, strike two, and then threw a fastball out over the plate, which I'm sure he didn't want to be elevated on the outer third of the plate, right into the barrel of Marlon Byrd, and he hit double.
Well, Phil's tied up here in the top of the third inning. Grady Sizemore is your batter. First pitch to Sizemore was a ball, so it's 1-0 as Byrd takes his lead off second. And that one is fouled. So it's 1-1 now to Grady Sizemore, who flew out in his first at bat. Kazmir has his sign from Soto. There's the 1-1 pitch. Swung on, foul. So it's 1-2 now to Grady Sizemore. Just one out here in the top of the third. Darren Ruff waits on deck. Foul ball by Sizemore. We'll do it again. Count remains 1-2. So here's the 1-2 pitch. Swung on. Now it's fouled again. Sizemore battling.
That fastball up to 93. Would have been the hardest fastball he's thrown all day.
So Jay Burnett waiting for his chance to go back out there. And swing and a miss. And he's got Grady Sizemore on strikes. So that's the second out of the inning in the third. And that'll bring up Darren Ruff.
Now batting.
It's a good pitch by Kazmir right there.
Ruff.
That's a good slider down and away running off the plate. And Grady couldn't stay on it.
So Ruff fouled out in his first at bat. First pitch to Ruff is high and outside for a ball. Ruff getting a chance to play against all these left-handers on this road trip. 5 in a row we've seen left-handing starting pitchers for Phillies opponents, and Ruff's taking advantage of it. 5 for 17, 294 coming into the game for his first at bat today. Here's the 1-0 pitch. Over for a strike. Over for a strike. So now Kazmir is ahead of Ruff, 1-2. That'll get the Oakland A's fans stirring a little bit here at the O.co Coliseum. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Outside for a ball. It's 2-2. Pitch to Ruff, swing and a miss, and he got it. So Casimir able to get out of the inning as Ruff goes down swinging, but not before the big blow off the bat of that guy. It was a double into the gap for Marlon Byrd. It scored 2, and it gives the Phils their second and third runs of the afternoon, and it's all tied up as we head to the bottom of the third. Size hot or iced coffee is just $1. McDonald's, I'm loving it. By Thomas Jefferson University Hospitals. Call 1-800-JEFF now for an appointment. And by Delaware Valley Honda. Visit your local Delaware Valley Honda dealer or shop honda.com. Bottom of the third. All tied up at 3 as A.J. Burnett will face Josh Donaldson. First pitch to Donaldson is over for a strike. It's 0-1. Donaldson singled and scored in his first at bat back in the first inning. Swings at that one in the dirt, and it's 0-2.
Well, AJ's got that curveball working right now. Quite aggressive with it. He got himself a nice little tempo going with that pitch.
Here's the 0-2 pitch. Donaldson holds up. One's outside for a ball. It's 1-2.
You know, and I'm sitting here trying to figure out, why he struggles with, that early inning, the first inning, with his tempo and with his location. I know he's trying to establish that early in the game, but it gets to the point where you feel like he needs to make some sort of an adjustment pregame to get himself on track in that first inning.
Bob McClure and Ryan Sandberg looking on, and AJ's been around for so long. I think he might be able to figure out that adjustment. We've seen it all season long with Kyle Kendrick, and his struggles in the first inning, although of late they've been much better. So Kendrick seems to have made a little bit of an adjustment. Well, if they're jumping out 0-2 on Donaldson, Donaldson's worked his way back to a full count. 3-2 pitch from A.J. Burnett. It's outside for a ball, so he walked him. Another leadoff walk. And with that, we'll bring you the Major League Notebook, brought to you by Gwynedd Mercy University. And this just in, because of what happened in the Pirates Milwaukee Brewers game, the Pirates won that game over the Brewers. The Cardinals have clinched a postseason berth once again. The St. Louis Cardinals seem to always be in the mix when it comes to the postseason. Well, they're going to be in it again this year. And Tim Bogar, who is the interim manager right now down there in Texas, according to several reports, is the runaway favorite to become the full-time manager, taking over for Ron Washington down there in Texas. He's done a nice job with the Rangers since taking over. They're 8-6. They won 7 in a row, including 3 straight here in Oakland. So Tim Bogar impressing the folks down there in Texas. Looks like he might be a major league manager for the first time. Here's the game we talked about. The Pirates over the Brewers 1-0. Vance Orley, how about that? He is 8-4 with the Pirates, and just doing a terrific job with them. Shut out the Brewers today. The Pirates are creeping closer to the postseason as well. Dunn fouls that one off. So it's 1-2 now to Adam Dunn, who singled in his first at bat and also scored a run. 6 for 20 now lifetime against A.J. Burnett. Donaldson leads off first. He walked. Here's the 1-2 pitch. And hit him. Hit him on the back foot. And Dunn will take his base after walking that one off. And Donaldson will move up to second. Second hit batsman of the afternoon for A.J. Burnett. 16th on the season.
So again, here's a curveball. He's trying to get down and in.
Ooh,
he gets it. Looks like he got him on the outside of the front foot. Again, not much padding there.
So Dunn is down at first, and Donaldson is down at second, and that'll bring up Brandon Moss, who doubled in his first at bat, knocked in a couple of runs. 3, 4, and 5 for the Oakland A's have been struggling mightily, not just in this series against the Phillies, but over the past couple of weeks. But they've done their damage so far today. Moss swings and misses at that one. Moss had been just 1 for 10 on the homestand, 2 for 11 with the double. Center field. Ben Revere going back on it, and he'll make the catch, and neither runner will tag as Donaldson crept off the bag at second base. I think he thought that was going to be in the gap, and he's not happy with himself right now. He probably should have tugged up on that ball. It was deep enough to move up to third base, but Phillies get a break, and both runners stay where they are, and that's 1 out, and that'll bring up Jed Lowry. Lowry was hit by a pitch in his first at bat. Carlos Ruiz goes out and has a chat with A.J. Burnett. So 2 on, 1 out. A.J. Burnett wants to have another conversation with Carlos Ruiz. Lowry's a guy that hits the ball on the ground very often. He's grounded into 13 double plays this year, so I think that's on A.J. Burnett's mind. Stretch. First pitch to Lowry's inside for a ball. It's 1-0. You see the breakdown of balls and strikes for Burnett. 52 pitches. 1 out in third. Here's the 1-0 pitch. It's inside for a ball, so it's 2-0 to Jed Lowry. Runners lead off. Here's the 2-0 pitch. Inside for a ball. It's 3-0. And just as quickly as he had found it, Jamie seems to have lost that command again.
Well, I think he has the respect that Jed Lowry is a pretty good hitter, and he's very concerned how he's going to go after him, and doesn't want to make a mistake with him here.
He's got Josh Reddick waiting on deck. Taking all the way. It's over for a strike. It's 3-1 now to Lowry. It's a 3-1 pitch. Outside for a ball. He walks in. The bases are loaded. Well, the most popular way to follow the September pennant races is with the MLB.com At Bat, the #1 app for live baseball. Enjoy live look-ins, replay reviews, scores, live radio broadcasts, the MLB.tv game of the day, and more. You can get At Bat for your smartphone or tablet on the App Store, or visit MLB.com. So the bases are loaded for Josh Reddick. He flew out to left field in his first at bat.
I'm not sure the pitch selection right there. He threw a changeup, which is his third pitch, with two guys on, a 3-1 count. I'm a little baffled by that.
First pitch swinging is Reddick. He swings through that one.
To me, you got to be throwing a pitch that you know that you can throw for a strike. You either get back into the count or you get the ball put in play. You can't be nibbling with the pitch that you've now thrown twice in the game.
Especially a guy like Reddick on deck, the left-hander.
It's like he was trying to trick him.
Big swing and a miss, and A.J. Burnett is ahead of Reddick 0-2. Strikeout would be big here.
Ground ball double play would even be bigger.
That's even bigger. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Over the inside corner, called, third strike. Reddick doesn't like it. It looked like a pretty good pitch from A.J. Burnett. He gets the call and the strikeout. And a big strikeout indeed, so that'll bring Giovanni Soto to the plate, but now there's 2 outs. Take a look. What do you think?
Here again, here's that off the body sinker, and that had to have caught the plate.
See the overhead look? Yeah, right there in the corner. Nice job by Ruiz as well. Keeping his mitt nice and still, and I'll always help out. Home plate umpire Jerry Meals says he got him. So Soto steps in with the bases loaded. The first pitch to him is low for a ball. So it's 1-0 to Soto. Soto grounded out to Kodiashi down there at third in his first at bat to end the first inning with a couple guys on. He's got a chance to knock a few in here with a base hit. Swings through that. It's 1-1. Burnett trying to find his way out of this one. Bases loaded. 1-1 pitch to the dirt. It's 2-1. Donaldson's over there at third. He walked to lead off the inning. That Dunn was hit by a pitch. He's down there at second. Lowry on first. One pitch is low for a ball. It is 3-1. Giovanni Soto. Nowhere to put him. Here's the 3-1 pitch. Swung on. Fouled back. Out of play. So the count is full now. 3-2.
Well, right here, 3-2. I mean, he's thrown him 4 curveballs, but I think he's got to throw a curveball here. I mean, he hasn't located well enough with his fastball today, and if he does, it's probably going to be down and away, which might be doing Soto a favor. But I got to believe he's going to throw him a curveball.
There's the 3-2 pitch. Outside and low for a ball. He walks him. A run will score. Donaldson across the plate. 3 walks and a hit batsman in this inning. And the A's add a run to their tally. It's 4-3 now here in the bottom of the 3rd.
To me, in that situation right there, you got to throw the pitch you have the most confidence with, and the one that you feel like you can throw a strike with. And right there, he did try to throw that fastball, and he's missed mightily on that side of the plate all day long.
Well, Eric Sogard is your batter, the 9th-hole hitter. 9-hole hitter for the Oakland A's. He struck out at his first at bat. First pitch to Sogard is swing and a miss. Phillies and
not sure why the Phillies don't have somebody up.
Well, there you go. Looks like they're just starting to stir down there in the Phillies bullpen. It's quickly 0-2 to Eric Sogard. Phil's trying, A.J. Burnett trying to get out of this inning with no further damage.
Well, it's quite evident he doesn't have his best stuff today, and you got a bullpen full of guys, and you're trying to beat a team, keep a team. We're trying to be the spoiler.
Saw Jimenez starting to warm up down there in the bullpen. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Called, 3rd strike for the 2nd time in this game. Sogard can't believe it. He's having some words with Jerry Meals, but A.J. Burnett able to get out of the inning without too much damage. He walked 3 in the inning. He hit a batter as well, but WB Mason also provides a full selection of 3M safety products that can't be struck out. Who but WB Mason? So top of the 4th inning here. Phil's down a run now, 4-3. Kazmir back up there on the hill. He'll face Cody Ashe, Freddie Galvis, and Ben Revere here in the top of the 4th. Ashe singled his first at bat, takes that one over for a called strike. So leadoff walks Jamie in the 1st inning and the 3rd inning. It cost them both times.
They come back to haunt. I'm not sure that AJ's groin is feeling up to par either, but he's pitched with it all season long.
Right.
But it's a little concerning.
That sports hernia that he was diagnosed with early. Ashe grounds that one to Sogard at 2nd. Off balance throw, but he gets him by a couple of steps, so that's the 1st out of the inning. Non-stop action, heart-pounding excitement, historic performances. Don't miss the 2014 postseason beginning September 30th. Another team, we just told you, the Cardinals punched their ticket to the postseason. This Oakland A's team is, their magic number is 8 for a wild card spot. Freddie Galvis steps in. You know, the A's lost to the Phillies yesterday, but didn't lose any ground in the wild card. They're still in control of their wild card destiny because both the Mariners and the Royals also lost yesterday. As Galvis feigns a bunt right there, and it's over for a strike, so it's 1-1.
I think this little wild card race is going to go down to the final wire.
I think you're right. Here you see what's happening today for the Mariners, losing again. Big swing and a miss by Freddie Galvis. Kansas City is winning their game over Detroit in the 9th inning. Swing and a miss, and he got Freddie Galvis. For the second time today, Galvis goes down swinging. And that's the second out of the inning here in the top of the 4th. Back to the top of the order for the Phils, Ben Revere.
Here's a good fastball from Casimir down and away. He's got some pretty good angle to it. Bottom of the zone after seeing those sliders in. You know, it's a big adjustment for that fastball down and away.
So Ben Revere will step in. 0 for 2 today. Average of .307 on the season. First pitch to Revere is over for a strike. Fastball at 90 miles an hour. Line drive into the left field between the shortstop and third baseman, and Moss bobbles it out there, but Revere's going to have to stay at first. So a base hit to left field for Ben Revere. He's a 2-out base runner here in the top of the 4th inning.
Number 51, Carlos Ruiz.
47 stolen bases for Ben Revere. Let's see him try to add to that total right here. Carlos Ruiz steps in. Chooch is 0 for 2 in this game. He popped up, grounded out. Revere leads off first. It's 2-0 now to Carlos Ruiz. Outside, 3-0. So after 2 quick outs for Casimir and the A's, Revere's base hit. Now Chooch has the count in his favor, 3-0. That one's over for a strike. It's 3-1 now. Carlos Ruiz. Chase Utley on deck. Three-one pitch, line drive down the left field line. That's going to be in for extra bases. Revere around second, and he's going to come around, and they're going to send him. No throw to the plate. Ben Revere scores all the way from first, and that's an RBI double for Carlos Ruiz. Ben Revere rounded that third base bag and was really kind of limping on that foot that he's been battling all season long, but Pete Mackanin able to send him. The throw was cut off, and Carlos Ruiz has an RBI, and just like that, we're all tied back up here at 4 in the 4th inning.
Here Carlos gets a fastball in. Casimir doesn't get it in far enough, and he drives it down in the corner. It rattles around down there for Carlos and allows Ben to score from first base. You see Ben running pretty hard here, but all of a sudden he had a little gimp to that gate.
He's talked about it. He actually said that his foot hurts more over the last couple of days because of the conditions out in center field is so hard. He said and because it's got some some little potholes out there because of the football stands. He said he's kind of rolled his ankle a couple of times already in this series. So, but he is he's been playing through pain for the better part of the season. It always seems like when he starts to slow down, it's when he starts to really feel it. When he's got it all going at full speed, it doesn't seem to bother him as much. So.
The A's have activity in their bullpen. Dan Otero is up throwing.
Utley takes that one outside and low for a ball. It's 2-1. Chase 2 for 2 on the afternoon. 2 singles, 2 runs scored.
Bob Melvin not wasting much time with his starting pitchers.
Yeah,
the leash is short.
He can't afford to at this point. Here's the 2-1 pitch to Chase Utley. Ground ball, second base. Sogard has it. And he throws out Utley. But the Phils able to get a little 2-out lightning and take advantage. Tie this game up 4-4. We're headed to the bottom of the 4th. Baseball is brought to you by the Quality Plus Ford stores. Go further. By the Pennsylvania Lottery. Benefits older Pennsylvanians every day. And by AT&T. Mobilizing your world. Great shot of Alcatraz in San Francisco and Oakland. You ever been out there, Jay?
I have.
Pretty creepy, right?
I enjoy being out there. I'm intrigued by all of that.
It's pretty cool. That's for sure. 65 degrees here in Oakland this afternoon. Overcast skies. A.J. Burnett steps back up onto the mound. Bottom of the 4th. And I'll have the top of the A's order to deal with. Coco Crisp. And that one's over for a strike. 0-1 to Crisp. He walked in the first inning, got everything started, scored a run. He also flew out in the second inning. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Swung. Right, hard hit, but right at Darren Ruff. He gobbles that one up and says he'll take it. So the first out of the inning is recorded. Unassisted ground out the first. Introducing the new and improved CSN Philly app. Get up to the second breaking news and analysis from our insiders, video, scores, schedules, and more. Visit csnphilly.com/app and download it today. Folks at csnphilly.com always doing a great job. Jim Salisbury, one of the best in the business. Stephen Vogt is the batter. He's 0 for 2 on the afternoon. Takes that first pitch over for a strike. A 1 pitch, ground ball. That's fair ball, and Darren Ruff will pick that one up, an easy out. And back-to-back ground outs to Darren Ruff. So 2 outs here in the bottom of the 4th inning, and that'll bring up Josh Donaldson. Donaldson had a good afternoon so far. Singled and scored in his first at bat, walked and scored in his second at bat. 27 home runs, 95 RBIs on the season. It's been a while since he's hit a home run, but he had come into this game on an 0-for-9 skid, so I'm sure the A's are happy to see what he's been able to do this afternoon, but not this time. Ground ball to Chase Utley, and an easy inning, 1-2-3 for A.J. Burnett. So he's able to settle down and keep the score where it is. We're all tied up at 4 after 4. Time now for the Jeep Stump the Fans trivia question answer. The question was, Jamie, which South Jersey native won the AL Rookie of the Year for the A's in 2009?
You know, I'm going to take a shot in the dark here. I faintly remember this name, Andrew Bailey.
That's a pretty good shot right there in the dark, because you nailed the bullseye. Andrew Bailey, yep. He was the closer here in Oakland for a couple of years and won the Rookie of the Year. You can log back on to Phillies.com to find out if you're the winner of a Phillies prize pack. We have a defensive change for the A's. Nick Punto down there at short now. In there for Jed Lowry. Try to find out there's a reason behind that. Ryan Howard steps in against Kazmir. Howard doubled in his last at bat. This is scored a run. Andrew Bailey went to Paul VI High School in South Jersey. Dominated there, obviously, and made his way to the big leagues with the New York Yankees. Now he's been battling injuries over the last couple of years. He was with the Red Sox for a short period of time. Very nice young man. Had a chance to talk to him a couple of times. Here's the 1-2 pitch and a cue shot. It's foul. Howard will step back in. Here's the 1-2 pitch to Ryan Howard. Check swing. He said he went. Ryan Howard turns on his heels and heads back to the dugout. Didn't look like he swung from our angle. Let's take another look at that. Just a second. But Marlon Byrd first having a big day. He steps to the plate.
Here he gets an 0-2 pitch. He drives down the left field line for an extra base hit. Actually, a double. Drive in Chase Utley for the first run of the game for the Phillies, and then in his second at bat gets an 0-2 pitch where he drives it again in the left center field gap, gets it through the gap, drive in Chase and Ryan Howard.
So he steps in and first pitch swinging and fouls that one off to the right side. Here's that Ryan Howard check swing. Well, yeah, I think I can see how they called that strike from that angle. So Howard didn't put up much of an argument. So
I need to correct myself. Marlins first at bat, it was the second pitch. It was an 0-1 count.
Well, that's where he was. That pitch sails outside, so it's 1-1 now to Marlon Byrd. Marlon hasn't hit a home run since August 30th against New York. That was the last time he had hit a home run. That was number 25 on the season. He needs one home run in the month of September, Jamie, to become just the 10th player in baseball right now to hit a home run in every single month of the season. All 7 months of the season.
Did you say it was on his birthday?
It was on his birthday.
Maybe we need to tell him on Tuesday it's his birthday.
Perhaps we should
or
do
today.
that.
Go on and tell him.
If he could turn a one here, he'd be putting together quite a day. Swings through that one, and it's a strikeout, so second out of the inning. Time now for you to tweet your photo using hashtag PhillyFanPhoto for a chance to have it shown in an upcoming game broadcast. It's brought to you by AT&T. So back-to-back strikeouts. Start the 5th for Casimir. Grady Sizemore, who struck out his last at bat, step in. Sizemore batting .260 on the season for the Phillies. On the left side, takes that first pitch on the outside corner for a strike. I think Marlon's probably going to hit one more before the season's over. I think.
Good chance.
6.5 games to play in 2014. It's a little bit low for a ball, so it's 1-1 to Grady Sizemore. After today's game, the Phils will hop on a plane, head back to the East Coast, play 3 games in Miami before heading home on his final 3 at Citizens Bank Park against the Braves. Ground ball foul past Juan Samuel. And then the offseason. You, on the other hand, will head home after this game. Right? Back down to Southern California for a couple of days.
I'll see you next week.
That's right. 1-2 pitch. No swing, says the third base umpire, Jordan Baker, down there at third. He held up.
He did hold up.
Yeah.
It's close, but he did hold up.
So it's 2-2. Here to Grady Sizemore. 2 outs. With a check swing. Another appeal. Swing. So count is full. 3-2 to Grady Sizemore. And you'll head home. Matt Stairs is winging his way to Miami. And he'll do the 3 games down there, and then we'll have you and Matt, and then Mike Schmidt for the final game of the season as well. Little Rappling, your rookie year. Here's the 3-2 pitch, swing and a miss, and he got it. So Sizemore is a strikeout victim, and impressive inning for Casimir as he strikes out the side. We're going to head to the bottom of the 5th, all tied up at 4. by Citizens Bank. Citizens Bank's Champions in Action is a unique program that rewards small organizations that create big changes in the community. To learn about Champions in Action and how to get involved, visit citizensbank.com/community. Good banking is simple, clear, and personal, and that's helping you bank better at Citizens Bank. Good banking is good citizenship. Bottom of the 5th. All knotted up at 4. A.J. Burnett back out on the hill for the Phils and delivers that first pitch to Adam Dunn for a strike. It's 0-1. Dunn was hit by a pitch in his last at bat. He also singled and scored a run back in the first. He swings and hits a line drive right at Darren Ruff. Makes the play. 1 out. Hey, the Phillies are looking to hire a staff of ball girls who can represent the organization and the community as well as perform duties on the field. Their requirements are as follows: public relations skills, softball experience is a must, strong interpersonal skills, and an outgoing personality. You got to have some knowledge of the game of baseball and a flexible schedule as well. Must be 18 years of age. The deadline to apply is October 17th, 2014. See Phillies.com/ballgirls for more information. Brandon Moss steps in. First pitch to him was outside for a ball. It's 1-0. Ball's low and in the dirt. It's 2-0 to Brandon Moss.
3 change-ups in a row. I don't know that I've seen A.J. do that this year.
He's had a bad inning, a good one, then a bad one, and a good one. Trying to change that fortune. Pitch sails a little bit out of the strike zone as well, and it's 3-0 to Brandon Moss. He walks. So Moss is aboard. 1 out, and that'll bring up Nick Punto, who ended the game in for Jed Lowry last half inning. And he'll get his first at bat. He's taking a look, Jamie, at Austin Ginn. He's one of the bat boys for Oakland Athletics. We got a chance to chat with him before the game the other day, and he's done something pretty cool. We just told you about the ball girls and the application. The Phil's looking for the ball girls. Well, as a bat boy for the A's, he's started through social media and Facebook. I guess you'd call it a club of all the bat boys across baseball and all the ball girls and bat ball boys across baseball, and a kind of like a little social page where they can communicate. And so he came up here and asked us if we would give a shout out to the Phillies ball girls, who he's gotten a chance to chat with online over the course of the year, and also to Tucker, the Phillies bat boy. So it's pretty ingenious. Nice way to meet some of the folks that are doing some of the same jobs as you are across baseball. You know, they don't meet face to face, obviously, but I thought it was pretty interesting and seemed like a go-getter.
Yeah, the bat boys always here in Oakland have always been hustlers. They really run around getting the balls and picking up the bats, and they have a spare bat for the hitter that's hitting, standing right by the batting circle. Yeah, they're always on the move here.
Which, by the way, is a Major League Baseball rule, but not always followed in order to speed up play. They're supposed to have a second bat ready to go in case the bat breaks. But send those hellos back to Philadelphia from Austin Ginn. Nick Punto is the batter. It's 2-1 to him. His first at bat in this series. He fouls that one off. It's 2-2 now to Punto. Runner down at first is Brandon Moss. He walked. That gets his sign from the stretch. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Check swing. No swing. So the count is run full. It's 3-2 to Nick Punto. Punto had battling some leg injuries. He missed 6 weeks this season with a hamstring injury. When he's healthy, he's always been one of those real good utility guys in baseball. The kind of guys you need on your team. Good throw over.
As Tom would say, he's a little bit of a pepper pot.
Tom would say that. Tom, I just heard from Tom. Finished up his game down there in Jacksonville. The Indianapolis Colts all over the Jaguars in that one. But I've got had a front row seat to watch Andrew Luck do his thing as the Colts improved to 1-2 on the season. Runners going, and ball's inside for a walk, so that doesn't matter. And now there's 2 base runners and 1 out here in the 5th. Tom will meet us, of course, in Miami. Take over play-by-play duties for the rest of the season. Ryan Sandberg wants to have a chat with A.J. Burnett. What do you think? Yep, that's going to do it. Burnett hands him the ball, and A.J. Burnett's afternoon is over. Struggled with his command for a good part of it. We have a pitching change. We'll come back and tell you all about it. November 28th, 1:35 versus the Atlanta Braves. It's all the fun and surprises of Phillies Fan Appreciation Day. Citizens Bank Park Fathead with the 2015 schedules free to all fans on that day. Tickets are available. You can order them now at Phillies.com. There's A.J. Burnett. His afternoon is over. 1 out here in the bottom of the 5th inning. There's 2 runners aboard. They are his responsibility. The new pitcher for the Phils is Cesar Jimenez, coming into his 16th game. He's been good for the Phils in his limited action. The ERA under 2 at this point. So he'll have his hands full trying to work out of a jam here in the bottom of the 5th and keep this game all knotted up in 4. First one to face him will be Johnny Gomes. His first at bat, right-hander to face Jimenez. Josh Reddick's day is over as well. 9 home runs as a pinch hitter, Johnny Gomes. Here's the 1-0 pitch. Outside for a ball. It's 2-0. Bob Melvin not wasting any time. He's kind of going all in here in the 5th inning, knowing that his team, well, Obviously in desperate need of a win first and foremost, but with an opportunity to score some runs. Likes the matchup of Gomes versus Jimenez. Here's the 2-0 pitch. It's outside.
Well, Gomes is a guy last year who had led Major League Baseball with 4 pinch hit home runs.
Wow.
With the Boston Red Sox. I think Bob Melvin's looking for some lightning in a bottle right here.
He won the World Series with the Red Sox last year. Johnny Gomes, part of that, came over in the trade earlier this season with John Lester. That one's over for a strike. He was taken all the way. They don't talk about Gomes probably enough as part of that trade. Cespedes goes to Boston. They get a pretty good player back, and position player back in return to play the outfield and then hit in spots like this in addition to Lester. The count is 3-1 to Gomes. That's on the outside corner for a strike. Gomes is on his way to first. He'll have to come on back.
Looks like there's a lot of tension in that swing right there. I mean, we haven't seen him swing yet, but just the whole approach looks like there's a lot of tension.
Squeezing that bat pretty tight, is he?
Yeah.
I think. Another way I hit my wedges. So the count is full. Runners lead off first and second. Here's the 3-2 pitch. Swung on, foul straight back and just to our right. We had a foul ball come up this way yesterday, Jamie. It was a couple booths down, and it was indeed into our radio partners over there, Scott and Larry's booth. Scott said it came right at Larry, and Larry had hit a piece of metal that was overhanging their booth and did not come into the booth because of that, or it would have clocked him. He wasn't paying attention. Here's the 3-2 pitch. Swung on, line drive to left field. Sizemore right there has a beat on it. Makes the catch for the second out of the inning, and both runners are going to have to go back. So he hit it well, but he hit it right at Grady Sizemore, and that's the second out of the inning. So it'll be up to Giovanni Soto to try and get the A's the lead again here in the fifth.
That fastball there by Jimenez just was enough to tie up Gomes, that he couldn't get full extension on that ball and drive it, say, over the wall or through the gap or off the wall, which I'm sure he was trying to do.
You see Soto 0 for 1 on the afternoon. He walked his last at bat. Runners at first and second, Moss and Nick Punto. First pitch to Soto is breaking the ball and over for a strike. Jimenez has his sign. Here's the 0-1 pitch. High for a ball. It's 1-1. Soto has been battling back spasms, which is part of the reason we haven't seen him so far in this series. Derek Norris caught the first 2 games. The 1-1 pitch, swung on, fly ball to center field. Ben Revere is on the run. It's in the gap, and it's up off the top of the wall. 2 runs are going to score, and Soto's going to cruise into second base with a double. That ball kept carrying and carrying, and Ben Revere giving chase, but it hit off the top of the wall, and that's a 2-out double. Brings in 2 runs. So you see A.J. Burnett, and those runs will be charged to his line.
You see, Soto gets that fastball he was finally looking for. Drives it deep to right center field and hits just off the base of the wall and kicks back to Ben. But with 2 outs, the base runners were moving on contact, and both base runners scored to put the A's up by 2 right now.
Big 2-out hit for Giovanni Soto. That brings up Eric Sogard. Ben had a long way to go for that one. Check swing. No swing. Says Jordan Baker. So it's 2-0 now. Eric Sogard, who has struck out twice. Both times looking. Both times on 3 pitches, I think.
You are correct, Murph.
It's a 2-0 pitch. Swing and miss. It's 2-1. Soto leaves off second. It's inside for a ball. It's 3-1 now to Sogard, top of the order. Coco Crisp leads on deck. No action down there in the Phillies bullpen, so this is Jimenez's inning. It's over for a strike, so the count is full now. Eric Sogard. Here's the 3-2 pitch. Outside for a ball and a walk. So Sogard is aboard. 2 outs. And that'll bring up Coco Crisp. A lot of walks for Phillies pitchers today.
So that's the 7th walk for Philly pitcher.
Yeah, that's not a stat that you want on your side of the ledger. That is for sure. So 2 on and 2 out. Now on the 5th. 2 runs across already.
4 of those 7 walks have scored, by the way.
Yeah. Ouch. Inside for a ball. It's 1-0. And now we have some stirring down there in the Phillies bullpen. Jimenez isn't sharp. Luis Garcia getting up. That's over for a strike. It's 1-1. Crisp walked in his first plate appearance back in the 1st inning and scored one of those runs. So, flat out, flown out, rounded out. 1-1 pitch. Outside for a ball. It's 2-1. Jimenez has his sign from the stretch. The 2-1 pitch. Ground ball. Shortstop. Galvis charges. Throws over to Darren Ruff for the final out of the inning. But the damage has been done. The big blow came off the bat of Giovanni Soto. A.J. Burnett chased in the 5th, and it's 6-4 Athletics.
One of the best individual seasons of his career. After missing almost the whole first month of the season, Cole returned and was determined to make up for lost time. Month by month, Cole got stronger and on the mound stingier with runs as the summer heated up. 28 starts later, his ERA is at 2.47, the lowest mark of his career. Hamels is quietly approaching 200 innings in this impressive season. And it's brought to you by Independence Blue Cross. Live fearless.
And it's 6-4 as we head to the top of the sixth. The Athletics getting 2 in their bottom half of the fifth to take the lead. We've got some defensive changes. Johnny Gomes will come in and stay in the game and play left field, and Brandon Moss will move over to right field now. Reddick is out of the game. Kazmir still on the mound for the A's. Darren Ruff batting for the Phillies. He fouls that one off. The count is even at 1-1. Ruff 0 for 2 on the afternoon. He popped up and struck out his last at bat. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Foul back. The count is 1-2 to Darren Ruff. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. He got it. Ruff goes chasing and goes down swinging for the first out of the inning. And that'll bring up Cody Ashley. It's now time for the Timeless Moment, brought to you by Coors Banquet. On this date, 1981, Steve Carlton passes Bob Gibson as the National League's all-time strikeout leader when he fanned center fielder Andre Dawson for his 3,118th strikeout. Great Steve Carlton. Cody Ashley lets that one go. It's in the dirt. It's 1-0 to Ashley. I know you followed Lefty's career, Jamie.
I did.
Very closely.
I did.
Your boyhood idol. You remember that game? You remember when he broke the record?
I don't.
No?
Honestly, I don't.
One pitch. Cody Ashley's lined into center field. That'll be a base hit. So Ashley's aboard for the second time today. 2 singles for Cody and 1 out. He's a 1-out base runner here in the 6th, and that'll bring up Freddie Galvis. Tough afternoon for Freddie Galvis. Struck out twice so far. Big offensive hero yesterday with his home run. It's been real good on the road trip, as we told you. 6 RBIs in 5 games. He's been better from the right side this season. Not so much today as he swings and misses at that one. He's not getting cheated by those swings.
No, he's not. Almost looks like he's jumping at the ball a little bit.
A little bit. Said he's better from the right side. He's betting 194 from the right side, but just 1 home run from the right side, whereas his other 3 have all come from the left side. Count is even, 1-1. Ashley leads off first. Swung on, hit well to left field. Going back on it is Gomes, and that's off the wall. And it's going to skip away from Gomes. Cody Ashley's going to come all the way around from first to score. Freddie Galvis is sliding into third with a triple. So back-to-back strikeouts early in the game, but then he comes through with a big hit there off the left field wall. And nice piece of base running as Ashley read that well from the beginning. He's around to score, and the Phils cut the lead in half. It's now 6-5 here in the 6th inning.
Well, here's the swing. Looks like a fastball down. Went right down, got through it. And Gomes got too close to the wall there, tried to stop, lost his feet. And Coco Crisp had to come over, offer some help. Otherwise, that probably would have been an inside the park home run.
Yeah, if Crisp doesn't get over there, it certainly could have led to that. You see some action in the A's bullpen with Taro, the right-hander.
And Abad is the other, the lefty who we saw yesterday, right?
That's right. But after a conversation out there on the mound, Kazmir will face Ben Revere. Revere 1 for 3, singled his last at bat. He's got a runner down there at third base. That's a tying run down there at third base. So a productive at bat would tie this game up. First pitch is outside for a ball. It's 1-1. The A's have the infield in. Going to try and cut off that tying run. Tied to Ben Revere. It's 2-0 now to the Phil's leadoff hitter, Carlos Ruiz, standing on deck. Infield remains in. All 4 players with toes just about at the grass. Here's the 2-0 pitch. Line drive right through the hole, and that's going to tie the ball game. Ben Revere slaps a single between the third baseman and the shortstop, and Phils have put 2 on the board here in the 6th, and we're all tied up at 6. Shoots the ball the other way through that drawn-in infield. And that's going to prompt a visit for Bob Melvin to the mound. He's going to take the ball from Scott Kazmir, and we've got a pitching change at the O.co Coliseum. 6-6. We'll be right back. In the top of the 6th, 1 out. Ben Revere down there at first base. The new pitcher for the Athletics is Dan Otero, appearing in his 68th game, the right-hander. Pitched in yesterday's game as well. 1 inning. Took the loss in yesterday's game. But, he's in this ball game trying to keep it at a 6-6 tie. First batter will face will be Carlos Ruiz, but first the throw over to chase Ben Revere back. Revere 2 for 4 in the afternoon. Carlos, he doubled his last at bat. Pitch out. Ben wasn't going. So it's 1-0 to Carlos. Now Ben might be going. Gets his lead off first. Otero from the stretch and spins and chases it back. One-0 pitch, and that is line drive in the left field, but right there is Gomes to make the catch, and Ben Revere has to retreat back to first base. So 2 outs. Carlos hit it hard right at the left fielder. And that'll bring up Chase Utley.
Number 26.
We just got word why Jed Lowry left the game, and that was because of a contusion on the foot. He was hit by a pitch in the first inning. Stayed in until the 4th inning before they lifted him. But I would assume that's the result of being plunked by A.J. Burnett early in the game. So that's why he was out of the game, replaced by Nick Punto. 2 outs now. Ben Revere over there at first base. Chase Utley 2 for 3 on the afternoon. 2 singles, 2 runs scored. And first pitch to Chase is over for a strike. It's 0-1. See Luis Garcia up and down in the Phillies bullpen, continuing to throw. And started and stopped down there at first base. That ball was outside and low for a ball, so it's 1-1. Chase Utley, 47 stolen bases for Ben Revere. Throw over to first. Revere back. Here's the 1-1 pitch outside for a ball. It's 2-1. I'm a little surprised Revere hasn't tried to run. Not seeing Otero's move very well, I guess, maybe.
Well, it's all about timing.
Two-one pitch. Utley, check swing, and I say he went. So 2-2 now. Chase Utley.
Might see some movement right here.
Yeah. And home plate umpire Jerry Mills said, yep. He went around, didn't ask for help. So the count is even 2-2. Revere takes his lead off first. And another throw over. $25,126 on hand at the Coliseum today. Watch this final game of the series. Final interleague game for the Phillies this year. Here's the 2-2 pitch. It's outside for a ball. It's 3-2. Some of the fans wanted that pitch. Ryan Howard, he waits on deck. That'll be running now. Count is full. Folks not even holding them on. There he goes and swung on and lofted into center field. Going back on it is Coco Crisp about 3 steps in front of the warning track, and he makes the catch. So that will retire the side. So he's able to tie this thing up in the 6th. Phillies baseball is brought to you by Dodge. Visit Dodge.com or your local dealer today. By WB Mason. You can't go wrong when you buy right. And by Nissan. Get to your local Nissan store for the ride of your life. Save big today. All tied up at 6. Bottom of the 6th.
First baseman, the 21, Stephen Vogt.
And the new pitcher for the Phils is Luis Garcia. I'm sorry that Jimenez is still in there. Chasing Jimenez out of the game, Jamie. Looks to Stephen Vogt's outside, so it's 2-0.
Called that one a strike.
Did. 1-1.
And they have Garcia up for Donaldson next.
Righty on deck. Pitch is low for a ball, so it's 2-1 now to Stephen Vogt. The Vogt, Donaldson, and Dunn 2, 3, and 4 for the A's. Maybe doing some mixing and matching.
But it may be all based on the outcome of this at bat.
Foul back and at play. So it's 2-2 now to Stephen Vogt. Vogt 0 for 3 on the afternoon. Fly out, a couple of ground outs. Here's the 2-2 pitch. And a foul ball. That one's out of play. Every time the Phillies retire the opposing team 1-2-3, Comcast will make a contribution to Phillies charities. Phillies baseball is brought to you by Xfinity, your home for the most live sports. AJ Burnett was able to do that twice in this game, in the 2nd inning, 4th inning. He struggled in those other frames. It's on the outside corner for a called 3rd strike.
Good fastball down and away right there to Vogt. After a couple of breaking balls, located that fastball down and away. Very good pitch.
Well, your suspicions were dead on, Jamie, as Ryan Sandberg is making his way out to the mound, and he's going to take the baseball from Jimenez, and we're going to have a pitching change. So Luis Garcia will be the new pitcher, face the right-hander Josh Donaldson when we come back. All tied up at 6th. Here in the 6th. Chat 5 on Saturday, the 27th of September, are encouraged to bring for donation Goya food products. The food drive will benefit Philabundance by helping with their effort to help families in need within the Latino community. Goya Foods has once again pledged to donate a minimum of 5,000 pounds of food to match the collected food products. So Luis Garcia is now on the hill for the Phillies. They'll face Josh Donaldson here, 1 out in the bottom of the 6th inning. First pitch swinging is Donaldson. 0-1.
Good first pitch slider right there by Garcia.
See Donaldson 1 for 2. Scored 2 runs in this game. Garcia has his sign from Ruiz. Swing and a miss, so it's 0-2 now. A little bit of heat, 98. Luis Garcia.
Let it eat, right?
Yeah, that's some serious velocity from him. Big arms down there in that Phillies bullpen, that is for sure. Here's the 0-2 pitch. That one bounces up there. Blocked by Carlos Ruiz, so it's 1-2 now. Garcia was the minor league pitcher of the year, winner of the Paul Owens Award for best pitcher in the minor league system for the Phillies. Has struggled at the major league level for a good part of the time that he's been up, but I really think that once he figures it out. That was a line shot past the diving Kodiashi and into left field for a base hit. So Donaldson's aboard with another base hit. That'll bring up Adam Dunn. Just out of the reach of Kodiashi on that one. Just to finish that thought on Garcia, you know, I think the folks making the decisions think that Garcia can pitch at this level. Certainly has the stuff. Jamie, you guys talk about it all the time. You need the stuff, and then you need the other stuff. And Garcia is still trying to figure that part of it out.
Oh, it's the results. The consistent results is what you're looking for, and he just hasn't been able to find what those are for him yet.
Lefty Adam Dunn steps in. 1 on, and first pitch to Dunn is over for a strike.
And I think some of the issue is he just hasn't seen the success. He hasn't felt the success yet, and those feelings and how to do it. He's trying to make it happen instead of letting it happen. Just relying on his stuff. You see right here. He's got a good enough fastball. He doesn't have to try to add to it. And there's some others down in that bullpen that have the ability to sit at 95, 96, and when they need some more, they can go get it. I feel like when Garcia needs more, he tries to go get it, and then he loses the ability to throw strikes.
One more pitch, swing and a miss by Dunn. It's 1-2.
Like that slider right there.
Yeah.
That's good enough to get 99% of major league hitters out. Now, if he tries to add to that and make it better, it's going to be 2 feet in front of the plate. And Carlos is going to be trying to block it, and he's going to find himself falling behind in the count. And to me, that's the only difference for him, the adjustment he needs to make.
1-2 pitch. Check swing. That gets away from Carlos Ruiz, and Donaldson's going to move up to second. Dunn didn't realize that he had swung at the pitch, so now he is safe at first. And heads up base running by Donaldson. He moves down to third base. They called it third straw. They called a swing on the strike, and Adam Dunn didn't think that he had swung at that pitch, but ball got so far away from Carlos Ruiz, he eventually did move his way up to first. Now they're going to bring him back. Dunn is heading back to the dugout for some reason. So there you see it. There, you just saw the late call by Mills that it was a swing.
And see, the crazy thing is Carlos doesn't realize that Mills called it. I'm not sure if he knew what he called it.
Yeah.
So he's chasing the ball as a base runner.
And what happened is that Donaldson was on first base, and despite the fact that that ball got away, technically first base is occupied at that point, which is why Dunn can't go down to first base. So he ran down there and then was informed by the first base umpire that he did indeed have to head to the dugout. It is a strikeout. Yeah, so that's what happened with that, because Donaldson was running, obviously, when the ball got past Carlos Ruiz. He has made his way around to third base, so he is a 2-out base runner on third, but Dunn is struck out and off the base path, so that's where we're at. And that'll bring up Brandon Moss. Moss swings and misses that one. Moss walked his last at bat. He's 1 for 2. He had a double back in the first inning, knocked in a couple of runs.
Again, that's a well above major league slider right there. All he has to do is learn how to repeat that. And usually that's mechanical.
Foul out of play. It's 1-2 to Brandon Moss.
And that fastball, 98 miles an hour, is a well above average fastball.
And he had a lot of success at the AAA level. Obviously, he was the minor league player of the year.
I see why.
Yeah. So, but he was obviously feeling comfortable at that level, and as you have success, you become more confident. That's what needs to happen at the big league level for him to be successful up here.
And results usually create that.
Yeah. Now he will be in the mix for the bullpen next year, certainly. There's a lot of depth down there. Count is even, 2-2. With the 2-2 pitch, low for a ball, so the count is full. It's 3-2 now. Brandon Moss with Josh Donaldson there at third base. He's the go-ahead run. Just 90 feet away, and Nick Punto waits on deck. Garcia has his sign. It's the 3-2 pitch. Ground and foul. Do it again. Ground ball, shortstop. Surrounded by Freddie Galvis, and across the diamond. And Garcia is able to pitch himself out of the jam. 6-3 is the putout. And we're still tied as we head to the top of the seventh. A lot of offense in this one. You see the innings, all kinds of scoring going on. Marlon Byrd having a good day. 2 doubles, 3 RBIs. A.J. Burnett lasted just 4 1/3 innings today. Soto had a big double to get the A's back in this one, tied up. He has 3 RBIs on the day. And Scott Kazmir also done for the day. He's 5 1/3. So both starting pitchers are out, and we are all locked up at 6. And Fernando Abad is the new pitcher, coming into his 67th game of the season. As you pointed out, Jamie, saw Abad yesterday. Got a no decision. He pitched 1 inning yesterday, allowed a hit and a run. 1 strikeout as well. It was the first run he had allowed in 18 games, 14 scoreless inning streak. He snapped yesterday when he allowed that run to the Phils. Ryan Howard will be the first to face him. He takes that one on the outside corner for a strike. Howard doubled in the 3rd inning, scored a run on Marlon Byrd's double. And line shot and just over the umpire's head and out into right center field. That's a base hit for Ryan Howard. So his second hit of the afternoon, and that'll bring up Marlon Byrd. Good way to start the 7th inning, Jamie.
Great way to start the 7th inning. Leadoff hitter getting on base. Ryan Howard staying with a fastball, pulling it over the shift.
So Marlon Byrd will step in. 2 doubles on the afternoon, as we just told you. Struck out his last at bat. Ryan Howard to lead off first. He's not a threat to go anywhere. Byrd steps in. First pitch, swing and a miss. 91 from Abad. Grady Sizemore is on deck. Gregerson starting to get loose for the A's. Outside for a ball. It's 1-1 to Marlon Byrd. Swings through that one. Abad is ahead of Byrd 1-2.
And for the A's, with their starting pitching not being able to get deep into the game, it really puts a little more stress on their bullpen. And you're asking for more quality innings out of your bullpen. That's where Bob Melvin is really looking for a starter in today's game, Scott Kazmir, to get into the 6th or 7th inning.
Ground ball right back at Abad. Hits off his glove. He's still able to make the play at second base. Pretty good awareness by Abad, knowing that he had Ryan Howard running down there at second base. So he gets the lead runner. That's the first out of the inning. Byrd will be safe at first on the fielder's choice. If he had fielded that cleanly, that could be 2, but he's able to collect himself and get the out at second base.
Here you see a comebacker, and Abad can't catch it or can't hold on to it off the bat. It's really interesting. He picks this ball up kind of off balance and makes a great play, but Sogard really makes a nice play to pick that ball and get the lead out.
That'll bring up Grady Sizemore. He's 0 for 3, 2 strikeouts. And a throw over. Chase Marlon Byrd back. You mentioned the A's bullpen. They've allowed 11 runs in their last 4 games. It's an ERA of 9.00 in the last 4 games.
It's a bullpen that's probably starting to get a little tired here.
Even with the extra arms, the call-ups this time of the year.
The guys who have been here all year are the ones that are pitching the meaningful innings.
Right. And that throw down to get Marlon Byrd is right on target from Soto. So Byrd trying to swipe the bag, but it's thrown out by Soto, and that's the second out of the inning. Good strong throw by Soto. I've been watching Derek Norris do the catching first 2 games, and he had struggled with his throws. Looked like Byrd got a good jump.
He had a short lead, but he did get a good jump, but wasn't much of a match right here.
No. Punto had to go over and get the throw, but had plenty of time to come back and put the tag on.
But you see where he caught the ball. He caught the ball actually behind the bag.
Right.
We talked about where a lot of infielders are now catching the ball in front of the bag and having to try to go back to make that tag.
It doesn't make a lot of sense, that's for sure. Punto, the veteran, will get that done. So count is 2-0 to Grady Sizemore. Nobody on now with 2 outs. Swings through that. Break the ball. It's 2-1. So Obata has his sign. It's the 2-1 pitch. It's high for a ball. It's 3-1 now to Grady Sizemore. Darren Ruff. Big right-hander is on deck. You wonder if Bod loses him here. If maybe Gregerson is warming up for Darren Ruff. And that swung on and flied to center field. Coco Crisp moves to his left a bit, and he's able to put that one away. So Sizemore is retired on the fly ball to center field, and Abad gets the job done. Coming up, it's Gomes, Soto, and Sogard. We're tied at 6. Twelve hits for the Phillies, just 5 hits for the A's. They've made the most of them. Scoring 6 runs as promised earlier in the game. We have the AT&T fan photo of the game. This photo is coming from, great name by the way, Jimmy, Walk Off 1212. And we're going to call this one Enjoying Cotton Candy. Tweet your photo to hashtag Philly Fan Photo for a chance to be shown in an upcoming game broadcast. All brought to you by AT&T. There's a lot of cotton candy. New left fielder for the Phils. Grady Sizemore's day is done. Tony Gwynn Jr. Chrome left field for the remainder of this one.
Nick Punto.
Nick Punto is the batter for the A's. Here in the bottom of the 7th. First pitch to Punto from Garcia is inside for a ball. It's 1-0. Punto entered the game midway through. Coming in for Jed Lowry, who was hit by a pitch and had to leave. That one's over for a strike. Punto singled in his only at bat. You see Fold is the on deck batter now. He'll be coming into the game for Johnny Gomes. On the outside corner, nice pitch. It's 1-2 now to Nick Punto. One-two pitch in the dirt. It's 2-2. He has a sign from Carlos Ruiz. Here's the 2-2 pitch outside. Count is full. Walks already in this game for Phillies pitching. Garcia trying to avoid another one. The 3-2 pitch. Ground ball. Freddie Galvis, the backhand. It's up. Fires across the first. And that's the first out. Punto's out. 6-3. Time now for our Hyundai defensive plays of the game.
Here you see a comebacker to Abad, who does get the lead out. Drops it. Second baseman here. Sogard makes a nice play to catch that ball, and then Soto makes a great throw to second base to catch Marlon Byrd from stealing, and the Phillies trying to do whatever they can to get that extra run to go ahead. And the Athletics defense is holding the Phillies at bay at this point.
Hyundai defensive plays of the game. One out, and pinch hitter is Sam Fold. 244 on the season, 4 home runs. The left-hander skips right past everybody. You see his numbers as a pinch hitter. 250, 16 for 64. Garcia from the stretch. It's low for a ball. It's 2-0. Garcia wanted that one. Pitch. This is again. It's 3-0. Sam Fold.
Phillies giving Garcia a chance to go out there for a second inning. He finished his first inning, 2/3 of an inning. Now giving him a chance to go out there and get through a full inning, extending himself a little bit.
Nobody up right now in the Phillies bullpen. Taking all the way is Fold, and that one's over for a strike. So it's 3-1 now to the pinch hitter. That one's on the inside corner. So the count is full now, 3-2 to Sam Fold. Still looking for his first hit in this series. He's 0 for 6. Started the first 2 games in this series. And he hits that one to second base. Utley has it, flips it over to Ruff. And it's the second out of the inning. So nice battle right there from Luis Garcia, who was behind 3-0, gets it all the way back, gets the ground out. So that's the second out of the inning, and that'll bring up the catcher, Giovanni Soto, whose arm helped them in the last inning, helped the A's in the last inning. See if he could do something with his bat. It's doubled. Already has 3 RBIs in this game, so it's been a pretty good day for Giovanni Soto. First pitch to him is off the plate. Garcia's getting a little frustrated with
looks
Jerry
like
Mills.
it's going through the bottom of the zone. I'm sure he's calling those balls down.
Another one that's looked like it's at the knees, but I guess he is saying that those are low. So it's 2-0 now to Soto. What do you think, Jamie? Yeah, that was low.
Might be a tad bit down. Problem is you got to be careful of making an adjustment. You don't adjust too far up.
That one's also down, so it's 3-0 again. Second straight batter, a 3-0 count. This time Giovanni Soto. Second baseman Sogard waits on deck. Here's the 3-0 pitch. Inside. Walked him. So another walk for Phil's pitching, and he's a 2-out base runner. Aaron Sogard will come up to the plate.
Second baseman, number 28.
A couple of those pitches were close, but
Not close enough for Jerry Mills.
Yeah, that's right.
It might have been strikes if Sogard was at the plate.
A little shorter stature.
Yes.
Sogard steps in now. Garcia hoping to pitch around that 2-out walk. First pitch is over for a strike. On and foul. Third base line. So it's 0-2 now to Sogard. Trying to get his team to the 8th inning. Get this game tied up at 6. Here's the 0-2 pitch in the dirt. Nice play by Carlos Ruiz. Keeping his eyes on Soto down there at first base. Scamper back. One-two pitch. Bit high for a ball. It's 2-2. Top of the order. 2 up. Coco Crisp in the on-deck circle. Pitch from Garcia. It's over. Called third strike. He got him. Sogard for the 3rd time today stands there as the 3rd strike is called. And Luis Garcia able to pitch around that 2-out walk and does a nice job as he heads to the dugout. Darren Ruff will be coming up. We start the 8th.
It's going to be legend.
Toyota, let's go places. By Xfinity, your home for the most live sports. And by Chevrolet. Visit your local dealer at ChevyDealer.com. Beautiful shot. Here in Northern California. We got some defensive changes once again for the A's. Moss is back in left field where he began the game, and Fold will stay in the game now and play right field. Some defensive changes, and Luke Gregerson is the new pitcher for the Oakland A's. Game number 69 for Gregerson. 5-4 with an ERA of 2.12. Darren Ruff will be the first to face him.
Jake Diekman up right now for the Phillies in the bullpen.
You mentioned the well-rested Phillies bullpen. We haven't seen Diek in a little while. Actually, I guess he pitched some in that first game, I think. Check on that. Darren Ruff steps in and takes that first one from Gregerson over for a strike, so it's 0-1. Couple of strikeouts for Ruff today. He's 0 for 3. Outside, no swing. So it's Bob Davidson down there at first. One pitch. That one's over for a strike, so it's 1-2. Gregerson pitched on Friday night. 1 inning. He allowed a hit. Nothing else. And that one is drilled into the gap in right center field. That's going to go all the way back to the wall. Rounding first is Ruff, and he'll cruise into second. Stand-up double. So he found the gap in that right center field and ends up on second base. Leads off the top of the 8th inning with a double. Nice swing by Darren Ruff.
And Darren gets a slider out away from him, slightly elevated, actually quite elevated, and just stays right through it and drives that ball through the right center field gap for a leadoff double.
Good news for the Phils. That'll bring up Cody Ashley. Gregerson has not allowed an earned run in 9 straight games. During that time, he struck out 10 guys. Only 3 walks in that streak, so he's been pitching well. The Phils will look to change that here in the top of the 8th. Cody Ashley will step in. Ashley has 2 hits on the day already. Ruff takes his lead off of second, and Ashley lays down a bunt, and it's a beauty. It's going to move Darren Ruff up to third base, and he gets the job done on 1 pitch. So we got a runner down there at third base with 1 out. Nice job by Cody Ashley.
It's a way to play the game right there.
That's
Get
right.
that bunt down, move the base runner over. Now you got 2 shots. One with a really hot hitter, actually, in Freddie Galvis.
You see Cody.
Wasn't your traditional square around, sacrifice bunt, but he got the job done, bunted it hard, made the third base, and come in to make that play.
Yep. Once you do that, there's no play at third, so your job is done. So Darren Ruff is being pinch run for Cesar Hernandez, so he's down there at third base now. Freddie Galvis is the hitter. He tripled his last at bat. Knocked in Cody Ashley, who's back in the 6th inning. Infield is in for the A's. There's the 1-0 pitch. Fouled straight back. It's 1-1.
Oh, here, Freddie doesn't have to get big here in a swing. Just keep his swing short, punch the ball, drive the ball through the infield. Or if you're going to hit a fly ball, you got to get it deep enough in the outfield to be able to get score Hernandez.
Hernandez has his leadoff third.
The worst thing he could do here is take a big swing, pop it up into this big foul territory, and not allow that runner to advance.
Yeah, it's imperative that he has that productive at bat.
Right. have been a lot of wasted outs from both sides in this series because of this foul territory.
Yeah, and I guess we're not here very often. The Phillies aren't here very often. And I would imagine that's the case.
Very common.
Yeah, very common. You would know. Galvis will dig back in. It's a conversation between Soto and Gregerson.
You think about the room here, and then you think about Fenway Park, where there's no room.
Infield is in. Here's the 1-1 pitch, and that is popped up. Soto and Donaldson converge on it. Donaldson makes the out. Wow, that's exactly what you wanted to avoid. And so a non-productive out for Freddie Galvis. So now there's 2 outs, and now it's going to take a base hit to get that go-ahead run to score from third.
Number 2, Ben Revere.
And Revere will be the batter. 2 straight hits for Revere. He's 2 for 4 in the afternoon. If he can make it 3 in a row, Phils will take the lead. Ben got his last base hit through the drawn-in infield. He's kind of slapped it through the hole between the shortstop and the third baseman. The infield is back now with 2 outs. Hernandez leads off third. The first pitch is inside for a ball. So it's 1-0 to Ben Revere. Hernandez has to be on his toes just in case that ball would bounce away from Soto. He could score a wild pitch or pass ball. Ground ball, first base. Vogt has it, steps on the bag, and Gregerson works his way out of trouble. But Ben Revere grounds out to end the inning. The A's will have another chance to take the lead as we head to the bottom of the 8th. If you're 30 years old or older, here's your chance of a lifetime. January 21st through the 25th in Clearwater, Florida. It is Phil's Fantasy Camp. The package includes hotel accommodations, practice with, and get instruction from baseball legends such as Greg Lozinski, John Kruk, Mike Lieberthal, Mickey Morandini, Bob Boone, and the commissioner, Larry Anderson. Fantasy games versus the legends at Bright House Field. You get your uniform and more. You can see Phillies.com or call now for information, 610-520-3400. Hurry up because space is limited. That sells out every year. Always a great week down there in Clearwater in January. I mean, heck, you're in Florida in January, so that's a good thing in and of itself. Maikel Franco's the new first baseman for the Phillies. Come in. Darren Ruff was lifted for the pinch runner. Jake Diekman is your new pitcher. First pitch to Crisp. Strike.
Sean Doolittle, the A's closer, up, heating up for the 9th inning.
Tabernacle, New Jersey, Shawnee High School. Diekman's pitch to Crisp is outside for a ball. It's 1-1.
Callaspo on deck for the A's.
Melvin pulling out all the stops this afternoon.
Got a lot of movement going on right now.
Crisp swings and misses at that one. You know, and why not for Melvin? The A's have lost 4 of their last 5, 12 and 26, going back to August 10th when they had a 4-game lead in the division, an 11-game lead in the wild card. It all disappeared for them. Just leading the wild card by half a game. It's inside for a ball. It's 2-2. They need to win these games. Phil's looking to play the spoiler role.
The Mariners have lost today. Kansas City has won.
So let's see what that does to the wild card race. Pitch for Diekman is outside for a ball. It's 3-2. We're starting to hear the fans here at the O.co Coliseum. 25,000 of them putting their hands together. Jake Diekman trying to keep Coco Crisp at the base paths. And he swings and pops that one up. Galvis drifts back and he says he has it. And he squeezes it. And that's the first out of the inning. So Coco Crisp heads back to the dugout. And we're going to have a pinch hitter. It was Callaspo out there, but now it looks like it's going to be Fryman who was going to come into this game as the pinch hitter. Right-hander, so our first look at Fryman. So Kansas City won their game today. Seattle lost their game. So Seattle, at the moment, Kansas City now has the lead in the wild card race. As Bob McClure going to go out and talk to Jake Diekman. Now, if Oakland were to win this game, they would be tied back up at the top of the wild card. But as you said earlier, Jamie, it's going to go right down to the wire with this. That second wild card has certainly made things interesting, but even without that, this year would be interesting out in the American League. So Fryman is the pinch hitter. He'll do battle with Jake Diekman. Side, and first pitch to Fryman is inside. The pitch grounded back towards the middle and into center field for a base hit. Right over the outstretched glove of Jake Diekman. So Nate Fryman is aboard with a base hit, a pinch hit single here in the bottom of the 8th inning. It looked like Diekman maybe pulled his glove back because he thought either Galvis or he was going to be able to get that anyway.
That was over his head. He wasn't going to be able to get that.
Seeing eye single right up the middle for Nate Fryman. So he's aboard with 1 out. That'll bring up Josh Donaldson. Donaldson's had a good day. Been on base 3 times. Scored a couple of runs. That's a good sign if you're an A's fan. Get this guy going again. Jake Diekman going to shut him down. First pitch is in the dirt. It's 1-0. Straight back. It's 1-1 now. 98. Deep.
Pretty healthy cut right there, too.
Donaldson, 27 home runs this year, 95 RBIs. He's got some power. And he fouls that one off. So it's 1-2 now. It's Donaldson. Diekman did pitch on Friday night. 1 inning, not a hit, 2 walks, 2 strikeouts. He loaded up the bases in that Friday night game. Was able to get out without any trouble. So heading to count 1-2. Here's the 1-2 pitch in the dirt. It's 2-2. Fryman's down there at first. He's singled. 1 out. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. He got him. Jake Diekman rears back. 97 miles per hour. Blows it past Donaldson for the 2nd out of the inning. A big strikeout right there for the Phillies.
Yes, it was. Again, you know, with that look, Carlos was looking for that fastball in. Jake gets under it a little bit, elevates it enough where Donaldson just can't reach it, throws it right by him.
So it's the first strikeout for Jake Diekman on the afternoon. 2 outs. And another pinch hitter coming into this ball game. Now it's Cayespo. So Adam Dunn's day is over. And Alberto Cayespo will be the pinch hitter, the right-hander. So the matchup, righty versus lefty for Bob Melvin. You see Cayespo's numbers are pretty good as a pinch hitter. 3 for 8. A couple of walks, some RBIs as well. He's got Fryman over there at first. Being held on by Franco. 2 outs. First pitch to Cayespo is outside for a ball. Cayespo pinch hit in yesterday's ball game. Popped out. Takes that one for a strike. It's 1-1. He's tied for 2nd among American League pinch hitters in walks. Tied for 6th in times on base. So he's been productive in this role for the A's. Here's a 1-1 pitch. Inside. 2-1. Fouled away, so it's 2-2 now to Alberto Cayespo. 1 on, 2 out. 2-2 count in the bottom of the 8th. Jake Diekman trying to get his team to the top of the 9th in a tie ball game. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Outside for a ball. It's 3-2. Espo doing what he's supposed to do. He's working Jake Diekman. Count is full. In the stretch, the 3-2 pitch. Swung on. Hit foul down the right field line. Giving chase is Marlon Byrd. He's over against the wall. He makes the catch. What a play by Marlon Byrd, closing some ground. Just enough room for him to pull that one in. And that is the end of the inning. So, Jake Diekman comes in and gets the job done. Take another look. Running out of room, but makes the catch. Marlon Byrd playing a solid right field. And we'll head to the top of the 9th. We're all tied up at 6. Brought to you by WB Mason, and this guy keeps delivering, Jamie.
Here in the 6th inning, Freddie Galvis hits a triple off the bottom of the left field wall, kicks off the wall to drive in big run, and then Ben Revere drives single to drive in Freddie Galvis. That's where we are right now. Those are our WB Mason deliveries of the game.
Sure, Ben Davis has done that once or twice in his career as well. A new pitcher for the Oakland A's is Sean Doolittle, closer, appearing in his 59th game. So Oakland bringing his closer in a tie game here in the 9th inning. Hoping to keep it right where it is and give his offense a chance in the bottom of the 9th. But the Phils will have other thoughts about that. Leading off 9th is Carlos Ruiz. Swings, fouls it back. Told you Doolittle's from South Jersey, Tabernacle, New Jersey. Shawnee High School. He went to the University of Virginia. A nice job out here in Oakland for the A's. Gets that one over to Carlos Ruiz, and it's 0-2 now to Chooch. Nate Fryman stayed in the game. He's over there at first base now. The 0-2 pitch. It's high for a ball. It's 1-2. Doolittle got the save in game number 1 of this series Friday night. It's the 1-2 pitch that's outside for a ball. It's 2-2. Came in. Scoreless 1-2-3 inning in the 9th. It's a 2-2 pitch. It's on the outside corner for a called third strike. Carlos has had a couple of conversations with Jerry Meals today. He has one right there. It's the first out of the inning. Coming up after the game, a full recap. Plus, Ben Davis gives his analysis on the series finale here today in Oakland. Pure Auto Insurance presents Phillies post-game live. Always look forward to hearing from Ben about what he thought went right, what went wrong for the Phils in a particular game.
See if he'll take credit for that hit I gave him.
Hey, he might as well add it to his total. Chase Utley steps in, 1 out, facing Doolittle, and he takes that one over for a strike. It's 1-1. Ryan Howard is on deck. You see the Phil's bullpen. Justin DeFreitas on your right. Ken Giles is up in case the Phil's were to take the lead, I would imagine. Swing and a miss. 0-2 to Chase Utley. Giles got his first major league save yesterday. Came in, made quick work of the A's in the 9th inning on his 24th birthday. It's fun to watch. Doolittle's ahead of Chase Utley 0-2. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Rocketed foul in the stands. Got a little more time to react here in Oakland when a ball's coming into the seats like that, since it is a little bit further back. But that one got in there in a hurry. Count stays 0-2. That one's in the dirt. It's ball. It's 1-2 now to Chase Utley. Chase 2 hits in the afternoon. All the way back in the first inning, scored a run. And back in the third, he also singled and scored. The 1-2 pitch. Ground ball. Second base. Sogard has it. Fires it across. And Utley's out. That's 2 outs. Here in the top of the 9th inning. That'll bring up Ryan Howard.
Number 6, Ryan Howard.
So Howard has been on base twice. He walked. Been on base 3 times, I should say. Walked, doubled, single. First pitch to him is in the outside corner for a strike. It's 0-1. Howard homered in the first game of the series. The dead center field, right over the 400-foot sign, center field. Sure would look good right now. Took a cut. Came up empty. It's 0-2. Fans are on their feet. The 0-2 pitch to Ryan Howard. Fouls it back. It's off the mask of Giovanni Soto. So we'll do it again. Marlon Byrd waits on deck. Here's the 0-2 pitch. It's high for a ball. It's 1-2. Side. 1-2 pitch. On the outside corner, called, 3rd strike. Ryan Howard doesn't like it. Doolittle comes in and does his job, gets 2 strikeouts and delivers his team to the bottom of the 9th. We're all tied up. Fans are doing their part, trying to inspire a walk-off win for their team, the Oakland A's. Yeah, I guess that's how you walk it off in Oakland, right there, the walk-off dance. The Riley caps are on. Dancing shoes are on. It's a flat-out party going on right now in the stands.
They can do that here.
Well, they're looking for their team to kind of right their ship and stay on top of that wild card race, but they're going to need to win here to do that. Justin DeFreitas will be the new pitcher for the Phils. He'll have other ideas as he'll try to keep this game right where it is and send it to the 10th inning. Extra innings. If the Phils are going to win this one. You see DeFreitas' numbers. First one to face him is Brandon Moss. First pitch to Moss, check swing. He went. So it's 0-1 with Moss. Moss with 25 home runs. 80 runs batted in on the season. On the inside corner right there. Strike, it's 0-2. Justin DeFreitas. See what Moss has done today. 1 for 3. The 0-2 pitch. Held his swing. That was outside for a ball, so it's 1-2. It'll be Moss, then Punto for the A's. Inside for a ball. It's 2-2. Pitching from the stretch. 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. He got him. Strikeout for Justin DeFreitas to start the 9th inning. Brandon Moss heads back to the dugout. Pretty good pitch.
Yeah. Off-speed pitch down and runs out of the zone. Sinking out of the zone. Very good pitch. And again, the unfamiliarity with the hitters plays into Justin's favor right there.
Punto's batter, 0 for 1, third at bat. He walked. He came into the game for Jed Lowry earlier. First pitch to him is over for a strike, so it's 0-1. Justin DeFreitas pitching ahead of guys. It's a good sign. Nobody warming up in the Oakland bullpen, so if this were to head to extra innings, I guess Doolittle's coming back in, and that one's turned on and hit well down the right field line. Looking foul. Second there. Don't forget, after the game, Pure Auto Insurance presents Phillies Post-Game Live. As soon as we're done here, Comcast Sportsnet. So Nick Punto is back at the dish after a long strike, and DeFreitas is ahead in the count 0-2. Out, nobody on. Bottom of the ninth. It's the 0-2 pitch. Fouled off. The 0-2 pitch from DeFreitas. Inside for a ball. It's 1-2. A's are used to these tight games. The last 24 games, 15 of them have been decided by 2 runs or fewer. Looks like that's where we're headed today. today as well. Here's the 1-2 pitch. It's line drive into left field. Tony Gwynn can't cut it off. It's going to go all the way back to the wall. Punto's rounding second. He's coming at third. Here comes the relay throw, and not in time. And Nick Punto has himself a triple. Tony Gwynn Jr. took a odd angle at that one and was able to skip through. We talked about the hard outfield here and how it might jump through the hole. Was given a chance, and that's exactly what happened. It looked like he was going to be able to cut it off, but it squirted through, went all the way back to the wall, and Punto, his last triple was back in 2011, but he gets one here.
Runs right out of the box, and he sees that that ball gets by Tony. And heads for third.
So there'll be a meeting at the mound as Ryan Sandberg will go out and chat with his guys. And the Oakland A's are excited about that as Punto delivers here in the bottom of the 9th inning. What'd you think? You know, it looked like Tony kind of ran across thinking he was going to have time to cut that ball off, and then when he realized, all right, that's skipping through, tried to cut back, but it was a little bit too late.
Yeah, he kind of got himself in no man's land. And, you know, and that's not a good place to be. You know, you see that sometimes happen with infielders on reading the hop or the ball off the bat. And in the outfield, you know, it's sometimes a little difficult as well. And Tony hasn't played a lot of left field here, especially in this ballpark, right, in his career, but hasn't been playing on a consistent basis here lately. So
give Punto credit. I mean, he hit it hard, so.
And I think maybe he may have misjudged how hard that ball was hit off the bat.
So Sam Fuld is the batter, but the Phillies have elected to walk Fuld. So we'll go through that process. The fans don't like it. Walk Fuld, and Soto will be the batter. So was that a big game already? So it's 3-0 now. Doing this for matchup reasons, obviously. The left-hander Fuld will make his way down to first base. He doesn't matter at all in this game. The only one that matters is Nick Punto down there at third base. And that'll bring up the right-hander Soto. Soto already has walked, doubled, and singled in this game. Or, I'm sorry. 2 walks and doubled in this game, been on base 3 times. 1 for 2. The infield is in. This is DeFreitas working at Soto and swings and misses that one. Fouls it off. It's 0-1. So big batter here for Justin DeFreitas.
Outfielders are in as well.
Yeah.
Trying to cut off any kind of a short fly ball, anything deep, they still wouldn't be able to make that throw anyway.
The 1 pitch. It's out on the outside corner. It's 0-2 now to Soto. He didn't like it. Justin will take it. Absolutely. Take a look. Sometimes the calls go your way.
Yes, they do.
So DeFreitas is ahead of Soto. 0-2. Runners on the corners. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Check swing. No swing, says Bob Davidson. So it's 1-2 now. Now the infield is in, Jamie. But if there was a rocket hit to the shortstop or second baseman, do you go for 2? Can you go for 2?
I don't know that you can go for 2.
They're not all the way in on the grass. They're kind of hedging, it looks like. Soto's
right. So Soto is not a fast runner, but yeah,
1-2 pitch is inside. So now it's 2-2 to Soto.
Had a little bit of a false start there by Fold on first base too.
You know, the last thing Fold wants to do is get thrown at second, but the Phillies might not even throw down.
And they might concede the stolen base at this point.
Well, he is being held on by Proctor. So here's the 2-2 pitch. Over the outside corner, called third strike. So Justin DeFreitas is able to get Soto looking on strikes. A huge strikeout. Soto didn't like it at all. Had some words with Meals. That's the second out of the inning, and that is a big one.
He's a front door sinker. Look, borderline. Justin DeFreitas got actually 2 borderline pitches that at bat. Right there, the ball looks like it's over the plate, coming back over the plate.
That one's a little too close to take in that situation. The first one was outside. He missed that one, but that one's a little too close to take. So Eric Sogard, who has had a tough afternoon, can make that all go away.
See, we cut his zones here after that last at bat. He kind of gave him the evil eye, striking out.
Fold moves up to second, and that'll be defensive indifference. So Fold. So now runners on second and third. But really the only guy that matters at this point is Eric Sogard at the plate. And that guy, Nick Punto, down there at third base. Punto tripled with 1 out. Justin DeFreitas is trying to work around that, get the Phillies to the 10th inning. Sogard steps out. For a strike, so it's 0-2 now. Sogard, they gave Fold a stolen base on that. I guess figuring that forced play at second base was taken away, so give him a stolen base, and it doesn't matter a whole lot. Freitas looks in and gets a sign from Carlos Ruiz. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Inside for a ball. It's 1-2. That was close. Runners lead off second and third. From the stretch. 1-2 pitch. Swing and bounce straight back. It's the A's players up on the step, hoping to rush the field and celebrate here in the bottom of the ninth. Justin DeFreitas and Carlos Ruiz chatting it over. Determined to not let that happen. I told you that the A's have played 15 of their last 24, have been decided by 2 runs or less. In those games, they're just 4-11 and 30-37 this season. So it's fared very well of late. 1-2 pitch is in the dirt. Nice block by Carlos Ruiz. DeFreitas comes down to cover home plate. Nick Punto can't go anywhere, so he stays at third. Tried to get him chasing. No dice. So it's 2-2 now. Sogard. Coco Crisp is on deck. Switch hitter. Nobody up in the Phillies bullpen. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Outside for a ball. It is 3-2 now to Eric Sogard.
Well, in my book, you want this guy to put the ball in play, strike out, pop up, whatever it may be. You don't want to face Coco Crisp in this type of situation with the bases loaded. I take my chances right here.
I agree with you. Already struck out 3 times this afternoon. Let's see what the Freitas has in mind. At the belt. Here's the 3-2 pitch. Out back, we'll do it again. 92-mile-per-hour fastball from Justin Freitas. Count, 2 outs, bottom of the 9th, runners on 2nd and 3rd. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss, he got home. Justin DeFreitas able to get Sogard swinging through that one, and we are headed to extra innings. Nice job by the Phillies bullpen. Justin DeFreitas pitches around Nick Punto's triple, and we'll head to the top of the 10th, all tied up at 6. Oakland, California. Final game of this series. Each team with 1 win. Who will win game number 3? Well, we're going to have to play a little bit longer to find that out. And you see the Phils in extra inning games this year. 20 of them already. 10 wins and 10 losses. The A's also played 20. They have 12 wins and 8 losses in extra innings. Doolittle is still the pitcher of record here in the 10th inning, and he has the first pitch to Marlon Byrd. Byrd swings through it for strike 1. Goes that one past Byrd as well. Now it's 0-2 to Marlon Byrd. Tony Gwynn is on deck for the Phillies. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, and he got it. Doolittle gets another strikeout. His 3rd strikeout since coming in the game in the 9th inning. And Tony Gwynn is headed back to the bench. And it looks like Don Brown is going to be a pinch hitter. Don Brown. Haven't seen him so far in this series.
Number 9, Dominic
all
Brown.
quiet here
For Tony
.com.
Gwynn Jr.
Folks here already know that the Royals have won their game, but that the Mariners have lost theirs. The A's need to win today to keep pace, stay atop the wild card standings in the American League. That one's outside and low for a ball. It's 1-0 to Dom Brown. Dom was trying to end it, well, trying to put the Phils on top with one swing. Swings through that one, so it's 1-1. Gonzalez warming up. Sean O'Sullivan as well, the right-hander, in the Phillies bullpen. In the inside corner for a strikeout. It's 1-2. It's Dom Brown. Brown injured his hand diving for a ball in left field in San Diego, and hadn't been able to go for a couple of days. 2-pitch. Swing and a miss, and he got him. 4 strikeouts and 5 batters for the A's closer, Sean Doolittle. And he just blew it right past him, Jamie.
Yeah, here's a fastball. He just threw 3 fastballs, threw all 3 of them right by him.
Second one's probably the best one. It was slightly elevated, just underneath it.
So Maikel Franco will step to the plate, the right-hander. First at bat in this game, came in after Darren Ruff was lifted for a pinch runner. Franco came into the game, take over first base duties. First pitch to him is outside for a ball. It's 1-0. It's outside as well. It's 2-0 to Maikel Franco. Cody Ashe, the next in line for the Phils. That swung on and well hit. Deep to left center field. Going back on it at the track, and just enough room for Moss to bring that one in. I thought Maikel Franco had that one. A big ballpark, and Moss was able to get back on the track and bring it in. So Franco just misses his first major league home run. Take another look. Moss going back, and just enough room. We're headed to the bottom of the 10th. Six here in Oakland. Phils, some defensive changes. Dom Brown stays in the game. He'll play left field now. Tony Gwynn's day is done. There's a new pitcher on the mound for the Phillies as well. It's Miguel Alfredo Gonzalez. He's see Gonzalez coming into his 5th game since being called up. Part of the September call-ups, an ERA of 4.50. Done some good things. He's given up a handful of hits, 6 hits though in 4 innings, and add on the 3 walks. So a lot of base runners for Miguel Alfredo Gonzalez. The switch hitter Coco Crisp will be the first to face him.
Eric O'Flaherty up in the A's bullpen for the bottom of the half of the inning.
What a job Sean Doolittle did for the A's.
Actually, the top half of next inning.
Right-hander from the stretch. First pitch is outside for a ball. 1-0 to Coco Crisp. Cal Franco just missed, giving the Phillies the lead. Top half of the inning. Here's the 1-0 pitch. Swung on, popped up. In the infield, Chase Utley says he has it, drifts back and makes the catch. So that's the first out here in the bottom of the 10th inning. And that'll bring up Nate Fryman. Came into the game as a pinch hitter and stayed in the game to play first base. He singled in his only at bat. One for one. Back in the 8th inning, he singled. First pitch to Fryman is low for a ball. It's 1-0. The outside corner evens the count at 1-1. Donaldson's on deck for the A's. Pitch to Fryman is outside for a ball, so it's 2-1. Fryman.
I'll tell you what, the Phillies bullpen has the ability to feature some pretty good arms.
Yeah. They've got some serious power down there. Here's the 2-1 pitch. Ground ball into the hole between the shortstop and third baseman, and that's a base hit for Fryman, his 2nd of the game. His 2nd in as many at bats, and he's a 1-out base runner. And there at first base. Perfect spot right between Cody Ashley and Freddie Galvis. Found its way out in the left field, so that'll bring up Josh Donaldson. Billy Burns has replaced Fryman over there at first base as a pinch runner. As his name suggests, he can run a little bit. Burns is down there at first base now, and Josh Donaldson is the hitter. 2 for 4. A couple of singles, a couple of runs scored for Donaldson. He steps in to face Gonzalez. First pitch, throwing inside for a ball. 1-0.
And to show you how big this field is, look at where the outfielders are playing right now. Yeah. The Phillies outfielders, they are very, very deep. Obviously, taking away any doubles, but you know, you see left, center, and right here. You're trying to take anything in the gap away, keeping them going. If they're going to hit the ball, station to station.
Yeah. Look at that shot on the monitor. You can barely see Ben from here.
Yeah.
You see Tom Brown out there on left. There's Marlin on the right. Just a couple steps in front of the warning track, and there is a lot of real estate in front of those guys. And that one is hit well. Straight away center field. Ben Revere looks up, and that ball is gone. And Josh Donaldson, his 28th home run of the year, and he ends it here in the bottom of the 10th inning. A walk-off 2-run home run for the A's, and he sends the 25,000 here home happy as the A's beat the Phillies 8-6. There's a pitch up in the zone, and he didn't miss it.
Yes, it was. He actually looked like he came to the plate a little close. Didn't have that look earlier in the game. Tried to stay on the ball, and he did hit the ball back through the middle. Got enough air in it and drove it out of the ballpark.
Gonzalez will take the loss, and our Chevrolet player of the game is Josh Donaldson, his 4th career walk-off home run. 3rd this season, home run number 28 for him, and it's been a while since he's hit one. There you see it, up in the zone, and he knew it as soon as he hit it. So did Ben Revere. He just turned around and watched.
And that's the 3rd walk-off home run for Donaldson this year.
And for a team that needs it, it's a big swing for them. Certainly on the wrong side of things for the Phils. Take one more look at this swing.
He was closed off there, trying to drive the ball to the middle of the field or to right center field, and he got that ball up and he was able to get the barrel through the zone, and he knew it right off the bat. Look at the smile on his face.
He's smiling indeed. He gives the A's the win and keeps them in complete control of their wild card destiny. A 2-run walk-off home run by Josh Donaldson will end it here in Oakland. They'll take 2 out of 3 from the Phils. We'll put a wrap on this when we come back.